Check, check, check. Hello. Sounds good.
So I have to press, hi, good morning, everybody. Last day of the fair, early. Welcome for this talk. I am Manuela Moscoso. I'm the executive director of CARA. CARA is a non-for-profit. We are in 13th Street, 225 13th Street West, in West Village, which is open on the 1st of October with two amazing practices. One is Neo Muyanga's exhibition that you can see it, and the other one is this amazing book that you see here by Marilyn Nance and edited by Remy Onabanjo. They have been both working in this book for a long time, and it is an honor to be part and contributing to this important document that will have a very long life, I believe, and will become, or if it's not already, a must-have book. I wanted to let you know that we do have copies, still a few copies at our table, which is C37. And if you arrive and there are no more, we will have a new arrival of books by the end of the month. And without more overdue, I want to introduce your curator, Remy, who will talk to you about the book, the process, and I want to say hello to Marilyn, who is somewhere in Europe looking at us online. Hi, Marilyn. and now, yes, the conditions of the archive. Remy.
Thank you, Manu, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks. Okay, so because I'm Nigerian, I come with protocol, and the first is a disclaimer, and that's to say that while this book, this project, is entangled with the 1977 Second World Black and African Arts Festival, also known as Festac 77, it does consider the festival as it appeared through the lens and in relation to the work of Marilyn Nance. And so to be clear, the aim for the book was not to provide an exhaustive historiography or surround sound excavation of Festac. However, I'm always happy to have those conversations or direct you to the phenomenal work of colleague NYABF and Chimarenga's 2020 publication on the topic. And before I start in earnest, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Valerie Maynard, an impeccable printmaker and artist who passed away last month. Marilyn often talks about taking printmaking classes with Valerie Maynard at the Studio Museum in Harlem. And it was at one of those moments when she was at the museum that she overheard a conversation between two archives who were not talking to her, but who she heard talking about Festac. So thank you, Valerie, for all that you made in this world and inadvertently make possible, especially on the occasion to overhear things. Now, from January 15th to February 12th, 1977, more than 60,000 attendees gathered in Lagos, Nigeria for Festac. Drawing on the Negritude Foundations of Senegal's 1966 World Festival of Negro Arts, FESMAN, Festac emphasized themes of Pan-Africanism and global Black liberation, showcasing music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion from across the African continent. Taking place in the heyday of Nigeria's oil wealth and following the continent's potent decade of decolonization, the festival also operated as an expansive, expensive announcement of the country's emergence as an African giant, a sentiment that retains cachet today, if not economically, then at least culturally. Thank you, Burna Boy. Indeed, as President Leopold Senghor said at the closing ceremony to the first World Festival of Black Arts in Dakar, Nigeria is to Africa what Greece was and is to the history of Europe. But I'd like to return to that first day of the festival, the 15th of January, 1977, by way of a photograph. Here, the sun-stained sky is visible, relegated to a fine sliver of white by the upper curve of the Nigerian National Stadium's rounded stands, which are packed to the brim with thousands of nationals alongside more than 15,000 visiting artists, intellectuals, and performers from 55 nations worldwide. A young Nigerian Navyman occupies the left portion of the picture, standing tall, his shoulders eased back. He wears an impeccably pressed, spotless white uniform, cat perfectly positioned atop his slightly tilted head. His eyes are softened, he sports an easygoing smile, teeth slightly visible between lips spread wide, propped up by a strong chin. He retains a serene presence, his latticed fingers form a minor tent as his arms rest above a placard, which occludes the lower half of his body. Nigeria Festac 77, it states. An announcement of the time, place, and event, it's rather matter-of-fact, elegantly executed in tightly controlled typography. A group of 13 Southern African male dancers inhabit the remainder of the image, their limbs overlapping, some crouched, others bent, all standing closely. Their faces are expressive, deeply engaged in conversation with one another, chest spangled with beads. They are for the most part unaware of the Nigerian sailor and the image being taken, though our Navymen retain strong eye contact with the photographer. This image is critically important to a photographic history of Festac 77. A quick Google reveals the image twice on the search engine's landing page when searching the festival from the United States. A click further to the Images tab of the same page reveals the image again, flanked by the festival's emblem, the 16th century Benin Empire ivory Queen Mother Idia mask pendant. ConnectNigeria.ng has used it for example here, and intriguingly, it has appeared as still among many videos in a compilation featuring footage from the festival, claimed to have been acquired from the UNESCO Multimedia Archives with a copyright that purportedly belongs to them. Gerald McWhorter's online Festac repository additionally features the image alongside a number of resources for those looking to understand more about the festival, and includes even this creative layered work thrown into the mix. Hakeem Adi's Pan-Africanism, A History additionally includes the image, and as an editor of The Guardian in Nigeria has stated in defense of their usage here, and here, personally, the image you cited is one of the most popular images of the 1977 festival and has been used time and again by countless media houses and platforms in Nigeria. Astute viewers will notice that while the image recurs, in none of the cases I have provided has the name of the photographer been mentioned. For me, this image, taken on the 15th of January, serves as what historian Lee Rayford might call a hyper-iconic photographic representation. Here, the viewer experiences such a deep level of familiarity with the icon that it goes beyond its decontextualization. The image has limitless mobility. It can be, and has been, transplanted to new arenas that both displace its historicity and suspend the concepts, emotions, or sentiments of its context, namely its maker. As Nicole Fleetwood has succinctly put it, the image's specificity is now an abstraction that can circulate throughout public culture, carrying both the weight of historical narrative and a decontextualized vague strain of its pastness. Following Black feminist cues for citational practice, I'd like to therefore reiterate, assert, and insist upon that which has not been acknowledged so often in relation to that image. Marilyn Nance, courtesy Marilyn Nance, Festac 77 Archive, Brooklyn, New York. This picture was taken by Marilyn Nance, a Black American photographer who at the time was 23 years old, fresh off a plane from New York City by way of Capital International Airways. And Marilyn always likes to say CIA. It was her first time of the United States, and she had arrived in Lagos with the first contingent of East Coast artists as the official photographer of the 400-person US contingent of the North American zone. Originally, Nance had applied to be an exhibiting artist for Festac 75, but due to political turmoil in the wake of the 1967 to 1970 Biafran War, the festival was delayed and original list of artists drastically shortened. Nevertheless, Nance was determined to go to Lagos, and after a sustained personal phone call campaign directed to the arts department of Howard University, out of which Festac was organized in the US, demonstrating her capacity as a photographer with documentary as well as artistic chops, She was added once more to the contingent. Despite not being provided with an operating budget, Nance landed in Lagos with a Miranda Sensormat camera, packs of color slide film rolls, and bulk 100-footer sets of black and white film. Material circumstances meant that she needed to bulk load her black and white film using a changing bag, and the photographers in the room will appreciate this, essentially a portable darkroom in the Lagos heat, in order to switch out her film for different shooting speeds according to interiors and exteriors continuously. She had one lens, which meant that proximity, as it registered on the pictorial plane, was real proximity. This sense of closeness to her subjects translated into a visual vocabulary that captured the intensity and expressive nature of the various contingents, but was also grounded and sensitive, mediated when imagined by her Pan-Africanist political stance as well. Marilyn has said, "I just roamed around looking at all of us. We were all just really excited and happy to see one another all together in Nigeria, in Africa." Mind you, this is Dora Ladipo. By the time Nance departed from Lagos, after the second contingent of American artists had landed and the first returned back home, she had captured more than 1,500 photographic images, creating one of the most complete photographic records of Festac that exists today. Images span the National Stadium, the newly completed National Theatre, and even Fela Kuti's Africa Shrine, the site of his counter-Festac concerts, the sounds of Africa 70 emitting throughout Surulere nightly. Nance also rendered moments of diasporic and continental conferral in exhibition spaces and further afield. As Moyo Akediji has noted in his 2000 book, The Shattered Gourd, Nance photographed a crucial moment of expressive and aesthetic training between Yoruba master ceramicist Iya Alamon and American artist Winnie Owens in Ipatumodu, a town near Ile-Ife. Winnie Owens goes on to teach Simone Lee in a workshop that Lee, currently representing this country at the Venice Biennale this year, has noted as formative for her practice. The Nigerian artist Agbo Folaran is also imaged here in the middle, giddily witnessing the event. Also sensitive to the sonic, here articulated in the hands of Nadi Kamar on his kalimba, Nance made images of musical performers Randy Weston, Miriam Makeba at Tafawa Balewa Square, Stevie Wonder, and even Sun Ra in rehearsal, who, as Brent Hayes Edwards has noted, had been invited last minute to perform at Festac, but regardless got on board quickly so he could, in his words, open the way for the people of Africa to be part of the space age. Since they were never formally invited to be a part of it, I am here inviting them to join. In encountering the photographic component of Nance's Festac archive, which it should be noted also includes extensive amounts of ephemera, from posters and newspapers to Festac branded toilet paper, the vibrancy and all-consuming energy of the festival and Nance's time in Nigeria becomes easily palpable, if not slightly overwhelming. The contact sheet then emerges as an organizing principle and generative entry point, a site where Nance's identity as photographer provides the spine for this kind of archival entity, which Okwuenwezor in Processing Foucault has termed as impossible to be described in its totality and in its presence is unavoidable. Here, the archive emerges in fragments, regions, and levels. One such sheet offers a means of tracking the selection of Nance's hyper-iconic image in the making, spatially offering a way to identify narrative context and formal preference. Reckoning with what Elizabeth Edwards has termed the sound of photography alongside Tina Camp's sensitivity to its frequencies, I present a note of importance here regarding this particular image. Upon returning to the US, Nance made a set of postcards of the image, circulating them to friends. Alongside these, she also made handprints, such as these on postcard paper stock. Yes, those are gelatin silver prints somewhere in someone's house. While it is currently unclear who precisely committed the act, one scan of the Festac image ushered it into the digital World Wide Web. By nature a visualizing medium, but which evacuated the image from its context of circulation and homogenized it into what Alang Sakula has deemed the Clare House of meaning. But rather than dwelling on what has been lost, Marilyn instead focused on what might be gained in the process of translation from the material to the digital. As she stated, it's only been until the 21st century when I scanned every single image that I really saw all that I had. So how do we read this archive and make it into a photo book? How can we be sensitive to the multiple modalities of time inscribed within it, acknowledging Nwezor's claim for the capacity of the archive as a mnemonic device? Is it possible to do so with an eye to the geopolitical and the socioeconomic, or perhaps the ethnographic critique, or the ever-present aquatic push and pull of the Black Atlantic? Or rather, an intersubjective approach is useful, tracking how Nance's subjects engage with the iterative performance of identity for the camera, for their communities, and for the world. All of these possibilities fall within the purview of the archive, a mechanism that retains an entangled relationship to time and troubles modes of remembering. To me, Nance's archive renders subjectivities of Blackness as capacious, expressive, representationally mystifying, and enthralling modes of being. Importantly, we must also consider how Nance's work affirms the position of a Black woman photographer as a historical agent of memory, and her archive is the place where concerns with the past can be activated, invigorated, and enlivened anew. So it was from that place that we started, the we being CARA, the team here, and the team in Fourth Wall Books in Johannesburg, and actually broke immediately from form in the making of Marilyn Nance Last Day in Lagos. We knew that from the start we wanted to give Marilyn the last word, but also playing with notions of linear time and embracing the spiral, we literally wove the words from the afterword all throughout the book, across the surface and spine, and serving as an informal section breaks of the book. First thing you do when you get your book, and I hope you all do, is please take off the dust jacket, because this is what you will find underneath. These words are enticements, phrases of insistence, incantations of affirmation, assertions of self-determination. They literally coax you along and function as suggestions for what thematically grouped sequences are to follow. The typography was selected specifically by designer Carla Saunders to be exclamatory, but also to align with the signage-heavy environment of the Lagos cityscape. We also decided against the definitive coffee table-sized photo book, instead going with a more nimble trim size, 6 by 8 inches, one that you can literally hold in your hands, and in my opinion, mimics the manner that Marilyn moves in the world. She's diminutive in height, but tectonic in impression. Paper choice was thinking about a matte finish for the photographs, and then we went with an ivory wood-free paper for the text, giving a kind of sepia tone warmth to the space between image and text. And then there's the stars, the images themselves. Now, we had an image pool amassing over 1,500 pictures. For something produced by one person over 4 weeks, this is extremely impressive, because there are pictures significant not only for their historical import, but also for their formal sophistication to me, their lyricism. These are images that resound for what they signify of the past, but also for that long-lasting quality of really good pictures. During the editorial process, Marilyn would often say that there was a war between the photographer version, who had a strict sense of what made a good photograph, and the kind of information gathered in terms of tonal range, depth of field, and composition, and then the archivist version of herself, who had a more generous sense of what goodness could be interpolated in a picture just by virtue of whom it memorialized. And in this moment, I'm going to call attention to the woman in the second row on the far left. That is Audre Lorde. So, old Marilyn would have been like, Archivist Marilyn is like, yeah, sounds good. I'm with Archivist Marilyn. Because it was an intergenerational internationalist project through and through, this also fed into the selection of contributors. Julie Moretu with ties to Ethiopia, Black American Antoine Bird, who has curated both the Bamako Biennale and Lagos Biennial, Zimbabwean poet and cultural historian Titiela Jaji, Nigerian music historian Uchenna Ekone, Marilyn and myself, and burgeoning Nigerian historian Chisom Ulogu and Black feminist archivist Sakia Collier. Julie wrote a staggeringly beautiful foreword for us, herself a daughter of the diaspora, fellow artist and research nerd. In many ways, she sets the tone for what the book argues for, a personal engagement with history, positioning oneself in relation to collective movements. In his commissioned essay, Antoine Bird revealed the power of the crowd in Marilyn Nance's Pan-African crowd work, and specifically considered the relationship between photography and Pan-Africanism, specifically drawing attention to how image-making practices speak to the ideals and challenges that emerged through the Pan-African cultural festivals that swept across the continent during the second half of the 20th century. Tizia Lajaji's essay beautifully brought into focus how the images Nance produced reveal how a true Pan-Africanist encounter appears in the intimacy of an open rehearsal. For Jaji, and here I'm quoting, it is less a matter of whether such solidarity was already set for the performance stage and more a question of spending the time, however long it was taking, in the vulnerability and joy of musical discovery. The room might have been the space between the Ark, the commune where the Sunrise Orchestra resided in Philadelphia, and Festac Village in Lagos. You had to be there to peer through the doorway, to breathe in the fine dust of apartments still under construction, to catch the scent of jollof rice wafting through the air and the smell of sweat in the Lagos heat, to hear the jumble of languages, the laughter, the count-offs before a downbeat, and the squawk of Marshall Allen's saxophone, to feel the jostle of bodies as other curious passers-by shouldered their way into view. Marilyn Nance saw Pan-Africanism in process. You had to be there. Her images can get us there. One last flight to Festac 77, Afrofuturism avant la lettre, time travel, end quote. With his permission, we reproduced Uchenna Ekane's fantastic article that really surveys the Pan-Africanist sociocultural, political, and economic foundations and fractures upon which Festac was structured, particularly through the vector of music. Originally published in 2017 under the title Festac, here we took what I feel is a more appropriate name, Sound on the Ground. Then there was a conversation between Marilyn and myself, the product of an intense number of conversations, which we remembered to record because the unrecorded ones are many more and ongoing, but these were specifically between the years of 2017 and 2020. Here, the idea was to give a kind of bread and butter of Marilyn's journey, from calling the Howard University Art Department, to trips to Ile-Ife, to Benin City, to roving through Tafawa Balewa Square and the National Stadium, and all of those sprawling spaces in between and beyond. The book's thematic bibliography offers a bit of an opening outwards, transitioning really into its role as a resource, a fulcrum to much more intellectual, artistic, and creative expression. Sections include Marilyn Nance and Context, the Black Arts Movement, African-American photography in the 70s, Black feminist artistic and archival approaches, sociopolitical history in post-colonial Nigeria, Black and African arts and culture festivals. The section was also an occasion to generate a transnational bibliographic collaboration between an Africanist historian, an undergraduate at the time, Chisom Ilogu, and Black American archivist Zakia Collier, who uses Black feminist praxis as a guiding ethos for her work. Alongside image production with Steve Rifkin and transcriptions by Valerie Caesar, 4-hour-long Festac image surveys with elders in Maryland's studio, archival visits and consultations with collaborators from all walks of life, this 6-year project spanned Los Angeles, Brooklyn, Harlem, Mount Vernon, Johannesburg, Salvador, São Paulo, Hong Kong. A true transnational collaboration. To me, decolonial in its material formation, with a Black feminist ethos pulsing all the way through. And on that note, we reached the so-called end, Marilyn's Afterword, which recently Clément Cheroux has called a kind of manifesto on photography and photo book making, which I really appreciate. By now, her voice is familiar, a clear perspective and position, undeniable through her images and the collective echoes in the book. Rather than recite it here, I'm going to bring us to the cover of the book. Initially, the thought was to use her Festac image, right? I spent like 10 minutes at the beginning of this thing just talking about that one image, to affirm a sense of authorship that I'd early discussed as evading her grasp. But as we continued, it became more of a fringe benefit on the way to introducing another one. I'm going to quote Marilyn here on the image she took on her last day in Lagos, the 17th of February, 1977. About it, she states, "If there's anything I'm known for, it's for doing portraits, observing people and photographing those encounters. The last image I did in Lagos was like backs and the open road and sky. That was just so unlike Marilyn Nance, but it's one of my favorite images because I was done with Lagos at that point. The festival was over. I'd just gotten a ticket back home that afternoon, and I left that night. Now, it's important to note that the next day, 1,000 Nigerian soldiers stormed and destroyed Fela Kuti's compound, the Kalakuta Republic, located at 14A Agegemoto Road in Surulere. During the skirmish, Kuti was beaten unconscious. His 77-year-old mother, Funmilayo Thomas Ransom Kuti, was thrown out of a first-floor window, breaking her leg. For many, this event indicated the end of an era, the shuttering of many possibilities, the ushering in of a dystopian ongoing present. So really it was the last day in Lagos, not only for Marilyn, but for a generation of city dwellers in this particular corner of the universe. But in a final gear change, I'd like to take you to a suite of images, because this is the conditions of the archive after all, photographs of a different order. I found these photographs in August 2019 in Lagos at the Center for Black and African Arts and Culture, also known as CBAC, and the home of the Central Archive for Festac 77. Here were Sun Ra, arrival date, February 1st, 1977, departure date, February 15th, 1977. Samela Lewis, arrival date, 4th of February, 1977, departure date, 16th of February, 1977. Bet Yassar, arrival date, the 1st of February, 1977, departure date, 13th of February, 1977. And Marilyn Nance, arrival date, 13th of January, 1977, departure date, not completed. So I like to think of her last day in Lagos as open-ended, continual, waiting to be endlessly expanded and rearticulated, and here with you. The end. So I welcome any and all questions. Thank you for taking this journey of pictures with me. Oh, you've got it.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I learned a lot. My name is Efe. And my question is there a moment that when you were going through like all of the pictures and speaking that stands out to you as a moment where you were like, this is it?
It being like the picture or
It
the
being
book?
something that resonated with you, that you feel like this is something important, this is something that needs to be told.
Yeah,
and this is
great.
the right way to tell it.
This is great. That's a great question. I'll give you a couple anecdotes that could be helpful. And so the first one being the realization that there might be something there. And often I talk about how this book is the birth of many transnational events. So I first met Marilyn at a transnational event, Black Portraitures, in November of 2016. And she was presenting on her Festac work on a panel that was different from what I was presenting on. I was actually presenting on Santu Mofokeng, Mikhail Subotskins, and Eli Mokhole. And Marilyn knew Santu and remembered him well when he had come stateside. So she came to me after the talk and was like, talking about her memories of being in relationship with this photographer. And then she asked me, do you know about Festac? And I said, I'm Nigerian, I know about Festac, but I didn't really know about Festac, about her Festac. And so she actually gave me her card and said, come to find my panel. And I was like, okay, absolutely, sounds good. But at that point I was like, yeah, okay, a Festac archive, that's really exciting. But then I went to her studio in Brooklyn, like a month after I got back to the States. And that was when I was like, Christ, like this is unbelievable. I remember calling a friend Antoine Bird after, and I was like, anything you thought you knew, throw it out the window, turn around the corner, take it on the block, walk a dog with it. Like it was unbelievable. Because she had, I'm showing you absolute glimpses and even the pictures, right? We've got over 100 pictures as plates in the book and like maybe 20 other illustrations. That is still nothing compared to what she has. And so to me, it was like this amazing experience of encountering somebody who knew what she had and was willing to share it with me. And so then from then, I basically was going to her house like every other week. I mean, I saw, like her grandson Ayinde, who now is like walking around. I mean, I saw him like, he was still very cute. I saw him when he was really cute. And I mean, really just, it was a continual engagement with the work. And every time we were going through the pictures, there were things I was always learning. I still learn things about her. And also to, I think, emphasize is that this was 1 month in her life when she was in her 20s. So this is an artist who has been producing work since then, expansive bodies of work. And you can see the import of this event for her practice, but also how, in some ways, she leaves such a mark on this moment for us. So I think, those would be some anecdotes as to how I realized this is something that had to happen. And I think particularly why it became a book was because one would think, okay, an exhibition makes sense, but Marilyn's work has been shown extensively in exhibitions and will continue to be shown, but she didn't have, at the time when I met her, a book that was dedicated only to her practice. And so I felt, why not do something that just focuses on this slice of your work? And we can, I mean, like, I invite my colleagues to, because there's so much there. But it was also about how good a storyteller she is. And so it was something to get at how she tells stories through her pictures. She celebrates moments and people through those pictures, but also tells unbelievable stories. So this was an attempt to kind of get at that and also provide a resource for people. Thank you for the question.
We're live, yeah. Hi, thanks so much for your talk. And I really appreciate seeing the images and the context you provided to them. I'm really fixated in general. I'm a librarian and archivist as my job, but I really am obsessed with people that sort of self-deputize themselves as archivists, particularly in areas that aren't being absorbed in an institutional setting for whatever reason, and preserving something that they have an intuition that wouldn't be preserved elsewhere. So I just wanted to maybe ask you to elaborate further if you in your discussions with Marilyn about that impulse to sort of like bring back and
absolutely, that's a great question. I think, another thing that really struck me immediately was how organized she was. Like, I think the other part of the visit was like, you have everything labeled. I mean, like down to the contact sheet. And she had created these like 4x6 just cards that were like perfect for sequencing. I was like, you've been waiting, clearly. But also she knew where everything was and she had her own system. And of course, I mean, she had done her own training in terms of archival work, but I think a lot of it was both, at least how she tells it to me, is the recognition that she had to stay and see all of the festival, and at every moment was just carrying things, right? But then on the other end was to kind of share it and assert a kind of investment in herself, right? And in the work, and to say, and she's talked about it, right? It's not just time or care or, these moments that we can sometimes romanticize, but it's about investing in financial resources and space. And so I think when I'm in conversation with her about how she cares for the archive, like she makes it accessible to people, which is great. And she always says, come in person, because people will want to have like, a JPEG sent to them or a contact sheet sent. She said, no, come in person and you see the real depth here. But I think it's also about modeling systems of autonomy, right? And modeling systems where she herself is a historical agent. She knows that because she was present in this time, but also knows how it changes scholarship, right? People use these images for illustrations in their articles. They reference it. I mean, I'm among many over decades. And so, part of it is a why not, and a kind of assertion to continue to believe in oneself. And I find that extremely inspiring.
Yeah, thank you. It's so interesting, and I'm also a researcher from the Netherlands. I was just wondering, so what's next? What what is there an archive you really want to dig in for? Like,
Oh, that's a good question. I think what's next now is nap time. But I don't know. I think it's hard to think about this as a closing. You know, I think that's the beautiful thing about archives and books. They are continual gifts. And I'm really excited, actually, that what's next. I'm very excited about how people receive this and are able to kind of take it forward. So already, you know, I'd mentioned a colleague, a curatorial colleague, who said, you know, I've been gathering manifestos for years, and Marilyn's book, particularly the way you broke it out and you end on the afterword as a manifesto for photography and photo books, particularly. And frankly, I never thought about that. Like when we were making this book, Marilyn had this thing she wanted to say, and I said, great, how do we get everyone to hear it and see it? But we have all these other voices. And so I'm interested in hearing reception and circulation and how that impacts the life of this book, for sure. And I think with my relationship to this artist, as with everyone's relationship to artists, is that we continue to learn from them. So who's to know what's coming next? But a little rest, a little listening, continual movement is good.
Thank you. Hi, thank you so much once again for your presentation. I learned a lot as well. I'm curious in terms of, you know, Marilyn's reaction to the book, like what was her first reactions, and, you know, this is her 23-year-old self, and then now she's at such a different stage of her life. So I'm sure like coming back to this memory and seeing it come to full of life, and just, the first reactions of it.
That's great. And I think actually your question also gives me an opportunity to emphasize how the process of making this book was different than a number of photo books that I've made and I know colleagues make, because really Marilyn was involved at every step. I'm talking size, color of paper, printing. I mean, I really wanted it to be something that she felt proud of and was happy with at the end. And that's complicated when you're dealing with two fantastic publishing houses in two different continents and time zones, and your printers in Hong Kong, and the pandemic has set in. So it took time, right? And I think that that was really a virtue for this book, as for many books. We always benefit from more time. But I'll also say that when we finally got our advance copies, and this is funny because Brazil is very important for Marilyn in other parts of her life, and so is Lagos. But I was between two trips. Like we were signing off on galleys when I was in Salvador, and I remember we were like talking on the phone. We were like, "It's done." And then I was in another trip in Lagos when it had arrived in her apartment, and it was early. And I remember her saying, I'm going to wait, I'm going to get a manicure, and we're going to record, and we're going to do a really beautiful flip book. And there was that. But she had two copies, one for her and one for me, that were still in the shrink wrap. And I remember her emailing me and saying, oh, I'm sitting with them in my lap, and they feel really good. And then when they finally arrived, and I'm going to go off the cuff, but she was really, really happy with how it felt. So there's a weight to the book, and this I had referenced in the presentation, but something we did, which was really, I mean, Bronwyn Law-Viljoen and Carla Sanders in Johannesburg, they're maestros, but we have this aspect of the book. So you see, right, the last day in Lagos image as a full bleed across, but also an assertion to the, I think what Emmy likes to call the bookness of it all. And so for her, it was this sense, and I'm gonna actually, but I think that she, in her response, was able to draw to something of like feeling a book and having it in your hands, and what that really offers us as an object, as material, not just as a kind of discursive site. I hope that helps. Exactly. She's weighty. Diminutive but tectonic. Correct.
You don't mind me saying something else?
Yeah.
The idea of a bibliography seems super generous and important in terms of even the question of what's next is like building on something that is definitely growing in terms of these kinds of resources. And in terms of that part of the project and how it happened or the people involved, do you want to just speak a little bit more about?
Yes, thank you. I'm so happy you asked that because I think it was two things. One, again, kind of extending Marilyn's real gift as a storyteller, but she's an unbelievable researcher. Like she is, and I'm talking like both in cyberspace and like good old finding aids in libraries. She's like a force of nature. And so I think with doing a thematic bibliography was to honor that aspect of her disposition as an archivist, but also somebody who's really invested in sharing resources. And for me, it was a way to situate this book in a larger field and give people opportunities to see, okay, well, if you're interested in something like this, maybe there are like 12 other titles that might be of interest to you. And depending on where you come at it, these are all the ways we can move forward. But in terms of asking Zakiya Collier and Chisomi Logu, this was also about kind of like, you know, the Black feminists ethos of like, I make space for me to make space for other people. So Zakiya, who's a phenomenal archivist, was starting to work with Marilyn around midway during the process. And we knew that Zakiya had done like a really fantastic finding aid. And so I said, oh, you know, it'd be amazing if she kind of was able to pull through some sections of the thematic bibliography together for us. And then we also had an extremely persistent and enthusiastic, at the time, undergrad Princeton student, Chisomi Logu, who since has gone to Lagos and spent time in CBAC and come back. But she was obsessed with the project and was so giving. And so we said, well, why not make it something that is also transnational? You have these two perspectives, these two fantastic thinkers, researchers, who would be able to kind of illuminate aspects of the book, but clearly informed by their own interests. So why don't we just do that together? And Marilyn was like, yep, sounds good, perfect. And so that's how we have them at the end. But thank you for that question, because it really, I feel, is the aspect that gives us momentum to go forward. Great. Thank you all.
Oi, Camilo.
Hello, everyone. It's a little awkward. Thank you so much for coming to our panel discussion on the porn art movement. And I'm thrilled that Tia Jojima is here. Very gracious. Tia is an assistant curator at, I'm blanking, sorry, the America Society, and is completing a PhD on the porn art movement at the Graduate Center CUNY. And Eduardo Katz is the author of this gorgeous new book, Porneia, which we just published at Nightboat Books. And it's been 10 years in the making. And Eduardo's been in New York performing from his Yale poems and other porn artwork he made as a very young person from 1980 to 82. And this, it's just great to get more context and to be able to learn about the other artists in the community, as well as dive a little deeper into what you were up to back in Rio in the early 80s. So please join me in welcoming Tia Jojima and Eduardo Katz to the classroom.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks, Stephen, for the introduction and for the opportunity to be here today in conversation with Eduardo on this new book. I'm really happy to be celebrating this project, which has been in the making for 10 years, right? And I was so lucky to have been able to contribute in different forms, throughout these past years. And before I begin the conversation with Eduardo, I want to give a very brief presentation on the porn art movement to provide some historical context in which the movement emerged, along with a little bit of critical issues that, in my opinion, make the movement and also Eduardo's work so relevant back in 1980 and until today. And just a reminder to you, after our conversation, we're going to open, we'll have some time for Q&A, so please feel free to ask questions by the end. So the movement emerged in 1980. It was a networked group of visual artists and poets in Brazil who centered the body and sexuality in their practices. And here you can see a slide. This was the first performance of the group at Ipanema Beach in 1980. And just a few months later, after this performance, they wrote a manifesto of the movement, which has been translated and was published in the book Porneia. So the movement organized interventions in the public sphere, for instance, performances, graffiti, interventions in the media. The artists, they created poetry, and these poems were created to be yelled by performers or to be published in zines. They created visual works and circulated porn art publications through mail art networks. And these artists, they appropriated and subverted mainstream porn to propose new sexual imaginaries and to create artworks with the potential to move other bodies. And here I'm thinking about the power of pornography to affect our bodies. And we can talk more about this, Eduardo, when we talk about the role of laughter, humor, riddles, etc. And they did this, they subverted pornography to resignify sexualized practices and to open them to much more diverse world of representations, of subjectivities, of bodies, etc. And today, the movement can be situated within what we call post-porn or queer porn conversations. But at the time, before this terminology even existed, the artists embraced the idea of pansexuality, which was a very open-ended term to include a spectrum of beings, a spectrum of sexualities. And if you're interested, we can also talk about this in our conversation too. And I just want to highlight a few things of the historical moment in which the movement emerged. So it was a moment of the democratization period in Brazil, known as Abertura, which was a gradual and a slow process of political opening during the military dictatorship that had taken power in 1964. And this was a very turbulent period in which, on the one hand, there was a lot of desire for political freedom, but on the other hand, some sectors of the government were committing terrorist attacks to undermine this opening process. So there were right-wing military groups who would put bombs in the public space, and they put bombs on the bar associations in Brazil, in newsstands, etc. So there was a lot of violence present, and this is something that all artists that I interviewed, they have talked about this fear, this violence, that even though it was a moment of political opening, there was a sense of fear from the police. And another issue that I believe is key is that the government had an intense censorship apparatus at the time, which controlled what images were allowed to circulate in public. And needless to say that the kind of imagery that were allowed were highly heteronormative. And even though there were erotica magazines and erotic films being produced in the late 70s and early 80s, there were also guidelines imposed by the government for those. For instance, you can only expose one breast per page, no frontal nude, no gay imagery, etc. So in their short-lived movement, which lasted about 2 years, they had an extremely intense production. These artists intervened in the arena of representation of bodies and sexuality by embracing pornography, something that was forbidden by the government, to uproot conservative values that had shaped Brazilian society during the dictatorship, and also to create new cultural projects for the nascent democracy and beyond. So, very brief introduction, and we can jump into the questions. Eduardo, I would love if we could talk about, some of the tactics you utilize to create and to disseminate the works. So one thing, especially the fact that you went to the street, you took up the street to create performances, graffiti, etc. So why was it so important to take up the streets? And I can show some images of performances as we talk about those.
Well, essentially, no book publishing house would touch our material, and no gallery or museum would exhibit anything we made. So we then decided to take it directly to the audience. And this program of public activity was very intense. We performed at Cinelândia Square in the heart of Rio de Janeiro for 2 years uninterruptedly every Friday night. So after a while, the audience, because the press reported and word of mouth as well, eventually it was known that we did that. And then some people came there specifically to see us, and others just discovered by accident, because it is, after all, the heart of the city. It was, at least at the time. And the center is very urban, and it's surrounded by the National Library, the National Museum of Fine Arts. It's a place of business and politics. It's a famous square. But at night was also a place where, let's say, the underworld came out. And it was a perfect venue because it was a place that, a melting pot, if you will, where you had people from different walks of life mingling, and that made for us a perfect audience. But that was at night, and we also performed on the beach during the day. And the beach is also a very democratic space because anybody can go. You don't have to pay to go to the beach. It's open to everyone. And you had also a very diverse crowd. So taking the work directly to the beach. But when I say this, not just a performance, we also brought the publications to the performances. We brought poems, objects, artworks. And so the audience got to see more than the performance. And of course, the costumes, or let's say the absence of any clothing, was also an important component. And last but not least, my pink mini skirt was also, which we see here. was also an important statement. But it wasn't, for me, it was not cross-dressing. It was simply a man wearing a skirt, which should not be the object of controversy. It's just a piece of cloth anyway you wrap around your waist. So I was simply using it in a very natural way.
In this picture specifically, you are showing an object that was part of the performance. Can you talk a bit about what this object is and what were you doing with this object in the performance?
Yeah, in the book we have clear pictures in color of the work, which you see me holding in this photograph. It's an object poem that has essentially two parts to come together. One is a tag, and the tag has words rubber stamped on both sides. I carved the rubber stamp by hand myself. And there is a wordplay, there is a relationship between the body and the context of the dictatorship and overcoming that. And the object itself is basically a balloon, but is a squiggly balloon that I blew just the first part of it, and that became spherical. Then I tied it. And the result is that you have this spherical head with this tail. It looks like a sperm. And I call it sperm poem, poemazoide. And it's interesting because in poetry, we have this question of the breath of the poet, which is a traditional issue in poetry. The line scansion, according to not the meter, but to the performativity of the poet, and the musicality and the rhythm that results from writing the line according to the breath of the poet. Well, here we have something that is internal, because when the program of the porn art movement was to think the body, work the body, manifest the body in its totality, not just the image of the body, but the body in every conceivable aspect, metabolism, the skin, everything. So here we have something that is inside the body becoming externalized and giving shape to a poem very literally in an indexical relationship. It's the direct somatic manifestation of the poet that makes the poem possible.
And you would distribute this as prizes for the audience too, right? Can you?
Yeah, one of the poems that was written by another member of the movement, and when I say member, no pun intended, he wrote a poem that was a riddle. And we told the audience that if somebody would, guess what the answer was, they would take this poem home. And of course, eventually the air would dissipate and the poem would change shape, because after all, it's just rubber, again, no pun intended, tied. You can't escape it. It's just it's in the language. You can't escape it.
And it's interesting that in those riddles, you are forcing the public to say words out loud in public that were forbidden, that were deemed negative, that were that people wouldn't talk because they're highly sexualized or whatever. So you're also changing the meaning of these words in a very playful manner, right?
Yeah, that was also a key component of the movement, because we know the power and the violence that words exert on different communities. So we wanted to change those negative, violent meanings into positive ones. And this became a theoretical tenet of the movement, to take a word, a slur, or a negative expression of some sort, and then compose a poem around it in such a way that when you encountered that word or expression in the poem, its meaning would have changed. So it'd be surprising, it'd be shocking, it'd be a revelation, because you would encounter it in a way that you had not seen before. This was to provoke change and also to raise awareness about the power of words in shaping reality.
But of course that you were provoking this change, not in a kind of didactic manner or not in this kind of directly political way, but through humor, through joy, right? So I wanted to ask you about the uses of humor, the uses of pleasure during these performances. And even, for example, in graffiti, like when someone is faced, is walking on the street and they see pornographic graffiti.
Yeah, one aspect of the project was to undo this this binary dichotomy that elevates rationality and denigrates what is somatic, what is body-based. So humor has always been considered a lesser art form, because it elicits a type of response that bypasses reason. When you laugh, you're not thinking, hey, I am laughing. You're taken over by that but by that experience where reason is at play, but you do not have at that moment access to the cause of that laughter. Somehow it's there, you realize it, but it's not objectified in your thought process, that you don't see the exact reason for that laughter. So it circumvents reason, it short circuits rationality, and the body takes over. To us, it was analogous to an orgasm. You're not having an orgasm and thinking and analyzing the situation. Hey, I am enjoying this moment. You are in it completely immersed in it, and reason has nothing to offer at that moment. So if we could elicit in the audience a somatic response that short-circuited reason, the audience response would be analogous to an orgasm at that moment. And that was very powerful because you absorb it. You can later you can analyze, well, that was funny. Why was it funny? And of course we know that to explain a joke is to kill it. But if you're analyzing, it's a different process. But in the moment, you gain access to that poem, to that performance, to that insight in a way that is so powerful, so compelling. It bypasses reason. And that gives you the motivation to reflect, to come back, to revisit, to think. So we felt that it was a much more powerful way to approach it. And we pursue that consistently.
Yeah, I want to point out, highlight this graffiti work too. This is a very famous one, overdose, which would translate to, it's merging the words overdose and do come in the sexual sense. So it would translate to overcome with a U. Chupaixão, is this translatable?
Oh, I haven't tried that. Chupar is to suck, paixão is passion. Shakashan would be maybe a portmanteau version of that.
And this is one that I love, is the totem, right?
Yeah, this work was the invention of three-dimensional graffiti to work the skin of the urban environment the same way that we worked the skin of the body to see it anew.
Yeah, and speaking of skin, and in a way, this graffiti, you're writing the city with the graffiti, right? I wonder if we can talk about the Pornogram series that you created, and the relationship to writing.
The pornograms are, the complete series is in the book, and the pornograms are a series in which I sought to write the body, write with the body, inscribe the body in a space to change the relationship between the body and the space. So then it's an expanded notion of writing. In this particular case, you see me at the tender age of 17. And I was using photography in its etymological sense, photographos, right? Writing with light. So I wanted to write this body, create this body, render this body that had at the time no social presence, to render it visible so it could become acceptable and that it could gain circulation and exert presence. There is no desire here to become a woman. This is quite simply a man that has a vagina and we see the vulva. Quite simply that.
This one.
The other one was pornogram number 1. This is pornogram number 5. So it's a series of 9 pornograms created between 1980 and 82, like everything else in the book. In this particular case, I am writing with the body. You see me and Cynthia Dornelles performing the letter U. Together, the two letters U in Portuguese produce a phonetic cell of the act of booing. It would go like this. Woo! So it's an expression of perhaps disapproval, but we're laughing, so we're certainly enjoying. And in the same sense of creating an ambiguous space, are we floating or are we falling? There's no need to decide. We are masking our faces and using a carnival mask for that, but revealing what truly matters. So there is these multiple layers of tension visually within the image, because the space is neutral, right? There are no shadows, there's no light source visible.
And you're also appropriating a highly coded pornographic photographic language, which is this the vulva, or the anus extremely exposed, but you completely undo it in a poem, utilizing humor, everything that is absent from conventional pornography too.
And in this particular case, as is always the case, is also worth pointing out that there is a different cultural context, because in the Anglophone world, you do have something called mooning, but you do not have that in Brazil as such. So this is not a sign of protest, because this act, this gesture, does not exist there. In fact, this is a gesture in which one puts oneself in a very fragile situation. So it's quite the opposite of that. It's not an aggressive mooning gesture. It's a gesture of celebration, but at the same time, fragility.
So I'm gonna go through other pornograms.
This is pornogram number 7, and I would describe this as an extreme case of verbophilia. The poet making love to the poem. This, perhaps it's obvious, it spells the letters A and I. The dot of the I is encapsulated momentarily. It is there, it's just not visible. And AI could be an expression of pleasure or pain, in this case, certainly pleasure. But Brazilians would recognize AI immediately as making an allusion to the institutional act that formalized the dictatorship back in the 60s. This is the last one.
Yeah, and another thing that I think is important to highlight is that these are all Polaroid photographs. So can you talk about the importance of Polaroid for this work specifically?
Yeah, I worked with Polaroids in '82. So the first pornograms were shot in the studio. Another member of the movement was Belisário Franca, who I would say wrote the history, the visual history of the movement. Most photographs that have circulated were shot by Belisário Franca. And he contributed photographs of his own as well, in addition to the documentary photographs. But he also helped me to produce my pornograms. So I'm the author of the pornograms, but I worked with Belisário in his studio to shoot these black and white images. But in '82, I continued the series in color using Polaroids. And Polaroids, the SX70, the well-known SX70, gave an artist a lot of freedom, because it's small, it's portable, it's instantaneous. It has this cellular format of the square. The object is rectangular, but the compositional area is square. So it has that modular quality that is built in, and the flexibility of holding this and bringing it closer to the body almost became an extension of the body. You put it, for example, a shot like this is taken from the perspective of the participant. So this type of image that would later also gain circulation in other sectors of society in the 90s and beyond, with this first-person perspective involvement.
And specifically this precise moment, right? And that's it forms the letter H too. Yes. This composition, right? That's which in Portuguese we say hora H,
right?
Which is the precise moment of this shot.
Exactly.
So I I want to point out, the amazing editorial work in the book, especially in the notes section that explains the context in which many of these works were created. And maybe we could go through some of the works that have been translated. And I want to ask, what are the gains and what are the losses in translating these works from Portuguese to English? And even like explaining them a lot.
Well, translation by definition, as we know, traduttore traditore, inevitably to translate is to betray. There is no direct transposition from Portuguese to English because already the syntax is different. But one of the reasons why it took almost 10 years to do this is because there was no point in publishing the book until the translations didn't feel right. So I am very happy with the translations now, but it was an immense amount of work. And I also thank Stephen for working with me on this and giving feedback, make sure that the words hit the right mark. And I'm also trying to, I try to map the semantic field, the rhythm, the sonority, the visuality, and create the best approximations possible. So I did this over and over and over and over again until I felt satisfied. Obviously, there is a gap between Rio de Janeiro in 1980 and New York in 2022, but we worked very hard, very diligently to bridge that gap. I have to find it. What page is it? This one?
Yeah.
So Stephen is asking me to read. I'll do this one in Portuguese and then in English. Picante. A literatura chata não dá uma dentro. A nossa é literatrolha xota, tesão pulsando no texto, que eles coitentam interromper, sem supunhetar, nem imaginar que tem o pênis deles que nádegas têm anos dizer. Well, in English. Hot. Boring lit doesn't light my clit. Ours is high literature, throbbing text, tit for tit, that they would stop, stiff they could, but they can't, try as they might.
So this one is amazing because there is this connection with nature too. And some of these poems you would perform, right? So there is the performative aspect of it. There is like pointing to the body, pointing to the sun, right? When you're performing outside.
Yeah, and especially if you're on the beach in a situation like this, people just could look around. This one is called Eclipse. O dia amanheceu tesudo. O mar chupa. A bucetinha do horizonte escancara sorriso azul. Enquanto o sol de pau duro goza junto com a lua. Today dawn horny. The sea licks. The horizon's pussy gapes, a blue smile, while the boner sun comes in the moonness.
So this is SAT.
Well, so there is a question of how do you write an interactive poem without moving strips of text, without folding paper. One way is to invite the reader to intervene with a pen. Vestibular. Foda, caralho, buceta, cu, chupada. Poder, tortura, fome, exploração, censura. Contra o que você protesta? Assinale com um X a resposta certa. SAT. Fuck, cock, cunt, butthole, blowjob. power, torture, hunger, injustice, censorship. Against what do you protest? Mark the correct answer with an X.
And that's also related to elections too, right? Like the democratic process, the desire for elections, the desire for people to choose, right?
Yeah, so because the thing is that what we did was deemed unacceptable and pornographic in the most negative sense that people thought about at the time. And part of, in a poem like this, the issue is what should be condemned is what the government had done, not what we were doing. And this was a way to create a comparative context in which people could see this is to be condemned, this is to be celebrated, not the other way around.
Yeah, I love this one.
Well, the environment was so conservative, and what literature professors taught was so passé and so boring, really, that this poem came to me quite naturally, I must say. Yeah.
So some of the works were produced in the book are your Xerox productions. And I want to talk a little bit about the body and technology. You know, it's almost logical when we're talking about pornography that we're talking about this junction between body and technology, in the sense that pornography is a way in which bodies and words, they are affecting our bodies, like those images are affecting us. And they do so through technological media. They do so through dissemination, right, that this media allows us. And then can you talk a little bit about this porn works dealing with media, you know, specifically Xerox and also typewriting machine? Because I know that, of course, we all know that after your production with the Pornô movement, you continue to explore the body in different ways and technology in different ways. So I see this as a, you know, as an integral part of your practice that had started way back in the 1980s with these media works.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. There is an interesting line of continuity to be further explored. In this particular case, I was appalled that the government, the military dictatorship, forbade the use of color photocopies because they were afraid that people would use them for counterfeiting. So I was determined to make color photocopies where there were no color photocopiers. And I did that by planning my matrix in relation to a wrapping paper that I would cut in a particular direction to match the pattern, the image that I created, my matrix together with the wrapping paper. So I would put my matrix on the glass and I would insert the wrapping paper in the machine, and then I would produce a synthesis which would result in a photocopy that had color, and it was produced even though there were no copier machines. But even doing that was not easy because the copiers were always behind the counter, so you had to work very patiently to build a relationship of trust with the shop owner, and they would trust you enough to let you go behind the counter as an employee would, and be left alone with the machine. So that took a while to achieve.
Mm-hmm. And also there is this commentary that these are all unique works. This, even though you're using Xerox that is supposed to make infinite copies, you're creating pornographic works that are unique.
Yeah, especially with the next one, because it was really very, very, very difficult to do. This is a photocopy on toilet paper. And today you have toilet paper that feels like velvet. Let me tell you, that was not the case. That felt like sandpaper. And it was, it's called Spring, the title, because that was the brand of the toilet paper. It was harsh. It was harsh. You probably had to use this with a cream to compensate. It was really harsh. And it was so thin that every time I ran through the photocopier, it would tear. So when I got one that didn't, I said, okay, enough. This is one, I'm good. And that was that. And then I glued that on a black background, and then I glued that onto this other wrapping paper to create this overall context.
So, and these are some of the typographic works. But we need to open for Q&A. But before that, I wanted to ask you, can you talk about the title of the book, Porneia?
Sure. It's a word that of Greek origin, and it was translated when the Bible was first translated from Hebrew and Aramaic into Greek. That word appeared in the Bible, and then it was translated into Latin alphabet subsequently. We know that at its etymological root, pornography means writing about prostitutes and prostitution. However, in the course of time, that word had its semantic sphere dramatically expanded. So porneia in the Bible basically alludes to everything that the Bible condemns. So everything that is condemned then here is cause for celebration.
Great. Maybe we can open for questions. There is a mic.
Oh, I wondered if you could say a little bit about the gang and the other artists that you worked with, and how that collaboration was, and some of the other things that were created in as part of the porn art movement.
Yeah, thank you for that. The core people in the movement were in Rio and São Paulo. There were a few people elsewhere. In the northeast, there was Paulo Veras, who unfortunately is deceased, in Fortaleza, the state of Ceará. He was probably one of the most active and contributors outside of Rio and São Paulo. And in Belo Horizonte, in the state of Minas Gerais, there was Roberto Soares, who died last year also. So most of them, unfortunately, are gone. But the bulk of contributions took place in Rio and São Paulo. So the gang was the performative arm of the movement, and initially was composed by myself, Cairo Trindade, and who also passed, and Teresa Jardim, unfortunately also passed this year. And then the gang had different formations. The most permanent participant of the gang in pretty much throughout the whole period was Sandra Terra, who unfortunately also is no longer here. And later on, Cynthia Dornelles and Ana Miranda joined the group. They're both out and alive and kicking. And Braulio Tavares, who is also alive, performed with the gang as well, and wrote some of the most memorable poems of the movement. And Braulio, he is from João Pessoa in the state of Paraíba in the northeast, but he lives in Rio. And another person that was key, that lived in Rio, now she's in São Paulo, but that was absolutely central to everything we did was Leila Mikulis, who is also alive and publishing. Her collected poetry came out a few years ago, an amazing collection. And those were the folks in Rio. And then in São Paulo, and also we have Denise Trindade in Rio, and we had Alberto Arrigan in Rio. Arrigan also passed, and he was an artist who contributed he created the gang logo, he made drawings, he did a lot of other mail artwork that was also very relevant for the movement. And in São Paulo, we have Glauco Matoso, who is still alive and publishing and very active, whose contribution is central, essential. And also Udinilson Jr., who is no longer with us, but whose contribution was also key, for example.
And gang had a very important role in organizing the movement as a whole. They organized the zines, the publications, collecting poems from artists all over the country, and doing like this DIY zines that they would send back via those porn art mail networks.
No, because you had Alberto Arrigan was a visual artist. Sigbert Franklin was a visual artist. He was from Ceará as well, from Fortaleza, but he lived all over the world and also in São Paulo. Udinilson Jr. was a visual artist. I straddled both camps. And there was also, now that you're mentioning it, there was also an artist by the name of Cecilia, who produced a number of lesbian imagery that was really powerful and compelling. And but a lot of the participants produced hybrid work. Roberto Soares, for example, was essentially a poet. In fact, his collected poet, he passed, unfortunately, but another writer in Belo Horizonte now is working to collect his poetry. So we'll have this. He's planning to release that before the end of the year. We'll see, but certainly next year for sure. But he also made mail art, and he produced collages, and he made drawings. So it was a period of great experimentation, and even Glauco Matoso, who is known primarily as a poet, produced works of mail art.
Howard, can you talk a little bit about the way you spread these pamphlets? They were all produced by the group, as you were saying. What kind of quantities you were doing? How were you distributing them around the community?
Yeah, spread is the right word here. Absolutely. When we started, the first publication we released was the Gang Zine #1. And we had no idea what was going to happen, so we printed 10. And then we would take it to Cinelândia, we would perform, sell them. So next Friday, we would bring 10 more or 15 more, and we just kept going like this. So the #1 was released as photocopies, right? It's a zine, it's folded, it's stapled, but it's the reproduction medium is photocopies. So a researcher that would be looking for Gang Zine #1 might find a particular release that is going to be different from another, because we change the content all the time, because we photocopier, So there's no standard edition of #1. It's going to be very different. When we first published the manifesto, it was an insert. And then we thought, oh, people are going to lose this, so let's just put it on the back cover. And then we didn't, come back with an insert. So we change it all the time, #1. But then we ran a very cheap offset edition for #2, and just in black and white, no gray tone, no middle tone. And then for #3, we upscaled a little bit, but it was still a very cheap offset. So we had no money. Inflation was at 100%. Right? Today our inflation is 8%. Can you imagine what it is to live under 100% inflation? By the time you're done finishing, the sentence, what's in your pocket is worth less than a minute ago. So it was tough from the point of view of material culture. It was very challenging. So a lot of the books came out initially as photocopies, and then my first book of poetry, Nabunada Não Vaidinha, is the title, is a question mark. Which has the cover is by Udinilson Jr., who photocopied his naked body and manipulated that. So the very first edition of that book was also a photocopy edition. But then I released in a very, very cheap mimeographed edition. In terms of print run, not much. I think your upper limit, you could envision selling maybe 200 at some point, but we didn't have a place to stock 200, so we ran 100. Otacílio, who was another visual artist member of the movement, and in the book you do see a cartoon that he made of me running naked on the beach, who unfortunately also died this year. He released the Pornô comics during the 1982 Ipanema Beach performance, And I asked him, how many did you print? He said, I think I did 1,000, but I'm not sure. Which is unlikely because you could not conceive of the possibility of selling 1,000 copies. So I would say he probably read maybe 200. Because, he couldn't remember. And he's on the cover too. On the cover, you see Teresa. If you open it, you see Otacílio sitting here. And Belisário Franca, the photographer that I mentioned, you see him here smiling. So some of the members are actually on the cover.
We have one more question.
And
I'm sorry.
Hello, Eduardo. So what was the sex life of the group like with all of this nakedness and poetry? How much of it was inspired by your own sex lives? Were you having, play parties or on the beach or what?
well, there was a lot of activity, let's put it that way, and there was no mandate, so people, did whatever they wanted. And yes, there were play parties, but the poems are not a direct expression of. There's no mandate to make diaristic poetry, so there is no idea that the poems should reflect by necessity people's individual lives. There was a program, there was a true literary program to really work the text, to compose poems that would very consciously undo stigmas and undo body shame. And there was a very conscious program to change the meaning of slurs by composing poems around them. So it's quite possible that in some cases, perhaps even in several cases, they related to personal experience, but it would be an error to think that every single poem that came out of the porn movement is nothing but a expression of individual experience. To reduce it to that would be an error. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you.
This gorgeous book for sale if you'd like one. Thank you.
Apparently the clicker doesn't really like Google Slides.
Okay.
But I can just do it with my finger. So just, let me know. Maybe, I guess you all can see this.
Yeah,
see
I
what's
can
on
see
there. Okay.
Yeah, that looks great.
All right, we'll get started in just a minute here. Grab a seat. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Croft, Programs Director at Visual AIDS. Visual AIDS uses art to fight AIDS by provoking dialogue, supporting artists living with HIV, and preserving legacies because AIDS is not over. We're here today to celebrate our latest artist monograph on Darrel Ellis, which came out late last year. I'm very excited to have Drew Sawyer from the Brooklyn Museum and Silas Munro, who's part of Polymode, the design team that made this book for us. And I'm just going to kind of dive into things because we don't have a lot of time. And I asked Drew and Silas to start the conversation to just speak about a few of Darrel's works that resonate with them. And then we're going to kind of go from there to get into a little bit more specifics about legacy work and the role that publishing plays in that. So Drew, kind of turn it over to you if you could just, for folks who might not be familiar with Darrel's work already, to just speak a little bit about what drew you to his work. And we can also get into a little bit of the process of what's going on in these pieces.
Yeah. Well, thank you for inviting me to be part of the conversation. So I'll just jump. I guess we'll talk a little bit more later about how we came to Darrel's work. So, for now, I'll just say, I'm a curator of photography. So, and I think one of the things that is interesting about Darrel's work, and obviously he's not the only artist that works across mediums, but that his work is so iterative and uses photography across drawing and painting. Of course, then also these sort of these sculpture-like photographs. So for me, as a curator of photography, I actually saw his work in painting first. And what I was really drawn to is the way in which he was transforming these photographs. As for those of you that don't know, Darrel mostly worked with his father's negatives, which were from the 1950s. So here I'm just showing some examples of work of his uncle. So here you can see one of the photographic works that it's based on his father's photograph of his uncle. So here you can see he's projecting the photograph onto this sort of 3D sculpture and then rephotographing it. And then you can see if you go to the next image, he's then translating, or simultaneously working, translating not into rephotography, but into other mediums like drawing and painting for the next one. So the Brooklyn Museum ended up acquiring not this specific one, but another version of a photograph of the same uncle. And I think, for me, what's also interesting, we can go into it again, it's just the sort of medium specificity of institutions, which I think artists like Darrel and of course many others present challenges, Because I have specific dedicated funds for photography, which means that I can only acquire photographic works. I sort of do fudge that, and I've been able to acquire works in film and video, sort of lens-based media, but I certainly can't acquire painting or drawings or works in other media. So we only ended up acquiring photographic works, again, because I only had access to funds dedicated to photography, which means that, in an ideal world, I would have been able to acquire a series. What I wanted to do was acquire something like this, which would have been a series of the same image across various media. But yeah, sadly, I wasn't able to do that. But we can sort of maybe go into that a little later.
Totally. Yeah, and something that we've thought about in the process of making this book, and as we continue to work with Darrel's estate, or like something I've observed is that there's kind of, you can look at him as a photographer who's interested in painting, or as a painter who is using photography to inform his practice. And there's kind of, I think each perspective illuminates different things, but I just threw in 2 quick slides. This just kind of shows the rephotography process that he would use, projecting a negative down onto this kind of sculptural form here, and then rephotographing it from an angle, which is also where this kind of trapezoid perspective comes from in some of the works. And then just a few details of another painting that isn't, is based on a photograph, but not a distorted one, but just to kind of show you, or to try to show you in 2 dimensions, the kind of like painterly techniques that he was using. And I was kind of thinking about this as a way, like the kind of textures of that come up in these photographs that he creates. You can see these kinds of like watery reflections and ripples that then get kind of translated into the painterly techniques that he uses. And kind of similarly, like how he came to this this whole photo projection distortion process from a kind of more earlier interest in painting and abstraction.
Right, because he doesn't start doing rephotography until 87. Is that?
He starts earlier in the 80s with James Wincey at PS1, but we also have this amazing archive of materials that Alan Frame has helped steward for many decades, but we can kind of track in his notebooks, from high school, even he was like going to the Met and very interested in this kind of painterly tradition of European painting. But then there's kind of this later development where photography, he's kind of introduced to photography and starts to use that as both its own pursuit, but a way to kind of rethink his approach to painting. And Silas, I want to knock it over to you with these works that you selected.
Yeah, sure. I also just want to acknowledge Brian Johnson, who's in the front row here, who's a partner in Polymode as well. And like when I talk about the publication, all of our work at Polymode is really collaborative between him and I, and then Michelle Lamb, who is a designer there. And I love that you're both talking about painting and photography. And I feel like the lineage of graphic design, I'm trained as a graphic designer, and more coming from a design history background, that graphic design's lineages comes from sort of this merging of photography and painting together. So I think that idea of sort of like being between media or disciplinarity, like graphic design crosses that. And that was something that resonated for me with his work. I think one of the other things that when encountering Darrel Ellis, like I encountered him through doing this project. And I think encountering him as a queer person of color who was lost to AIDS, who was never introduced to me in my own design and art education, was like finding a long lost brother or uncle or cousin, and especially because of the familial resonance that's part of his work. It was just really moving to encounter him and the networks that he moved in. And so like it's almost really kind of emotional to like encounter him. And I think there's a lot of power in that. And for me, this piece and a lot of his work, that sort of innovation of processes that transfer between photography and painting, and that layering and iterating between dimensions very much speaks to a kind of like design process, and inspired us a lot in the design of the book. And there's certain typographic moments where there's pull quotes, where there's this sort of faceted grid that shows up, and that had to do with a lot of like ideas of parallax. And I feel like both the parallax of spatiality, but sort of Darrel reflecting on his own image, his family's image, and the images of his queer family.
Totally. And I want to come back to some of those design decisions that you and Brian made in a few minutes. I'm going to skip a couple of slides here, but I'll come back to these amazing contact sheets. Like for the next part of the conversation, I want to hear from both of you since this is a conversation about Darrel, but also about legacy work more broadly. And at Visual Aids, we work with a lot of artists' estates, so artists who passed away earlier in their careers, often before they received the kind of mainstream recognition for their work, or before they maybe even got to produce the bodies of works that might have been considered their like mature or peak moment. And so I'm just curious, as a historian, as a curator, as a designer and bookmaker, like how you, each of you kind of came to be aware of Darrel's legacy. And yeah, maybe we'll just start there.
Yeah. So I probably first saw Darrel's work not in person, but through both the catalog and online materials from Artist Space, from Witnesses, which is you're seeing on the screen now, which is a show that Nan Golden organized for the institution in 1989. And as you can see in the back, it includes a painting, two paintings by Ellis, along with two photographs, one by Mapplethorpe and one by Peter Hujar, in which he served as the model in the early 80s, and the paintings are from the late 80s. So, I think for me, it was really through online sources in a way, right? It's like Artist Space has both the PDF for the catalog for Witnesses and installation images, which you can view. Yeah, here's spread from the catalog. So again, as I was saying, I really encountered his work mostly through painting first. And again, as a curator, a specialist in photography, so I sort of was like, oh, I'm interested in the work. I knew that he was translating portraits, photographic portraits, into these paintings. But then I also, I worked in the photo department at MoMA between 2012 and 2015. And the Museum of Modern Art has several works in their collection as well, which are from when Peter Galassi organized New Photography in 1992, which was the same year that Darrel Ellis passed away. And actually the slides that were up earlier were portraits, were his security guard badge portraits, and he was actually a security guard at the Museum of Modern Art. So Peter Galassi was, of course, familiar with both his work, but with Darrel as well. So it was really through these sort of like online sources and knowing the collection at MoMA that I first, sort of knew vaguely about Ellis's work. But again, I think it's like, right, we can really go into this, but right, there wasn't a major publication, right? And the sort of difficulty of finding information beyond sort of installation images and a large group show, was really difficult. So after, after he passed away, as you already mentioned, but Alan Frame, who was a good friend of Darrel Ellis's, has really sort of stewarded the work. And he organized a survey exhibition at Art in General in 1996. That information was online, but I think that website's been taken down. I actually looked for it recently to see if I could pull installation shots from that, which I had seen years ago, but now I can't even find them. Right, so the degree to which these things online just disappear, or that exhibition had a catalog, but at various institutions where I've worked, they didn't have the catalog. I did order it via library loan, many years ago, and scanned it. But even a catalog that was produced, and Deb Willis wrote for it, right? So there was scholarship produced in the mid 1990s, but even that publication is extremely rare. So it's difficult to find. So I mean, for me, right, it's like the necessity of doing a big monograph like this, which is hopefully well distributed and is acquired by libraries around the country, if not around the world, hopefully. Just how important that is in sort of like keeping knowledge and making that knowledge accessible in various ways. Because I think, I mean, I'm sure I'm not alone in sort of, seeing the work, but having no access to information. And it was really, eventually, actually, I mean, I'll also say, right, I mean, Visual Aids, right? The Visual Aids website was the other source in which I could see Darrel's work and so many other artists' work, which was so important. So those images are available online. So that's another place for sure where I was able to see a lot of the work. And then I actually reached out to Alex, who's in the audience. He used to work with visual aids, and he connected me eventually with Alan. And we were able to meet. At the time, he was in Rome, I think, on the Rome Prize. And when he came back, he invited me up to his storage in the Bronx, and I got to look at, this is amazing, amazing archive. And as a result of that visit, I ended up writing a piece and doing a portfolio in Osmos, a journal that actually have a booth at the fair right now. And from that, Osmos, they have a gallery space in the East Village, and ended up doing an exhibition after I did this portfolio. So again, I think even me writing that, right, and then K-Sophie being like, this work is amazing. We have this space. I want to do an exhibition, and yeah. So I think again, just like even Leslie, at the Baltimore Museum, which is organizing the first major institutional survey. We've talked, and she was like, it was that essay. I read that essay, and I was like, I love this work. I want to learn more about it. So I think, yeah, I mean, the importance for me, of course, as an art historian, of like the production of scholarship, and the production, especially of like I said, of like major monographs that allow these resources and knowledge to be accessible, is so important.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think about that a lot with visual aids, and we have, since 1994, we've been collecting slides and documentation pertaining to artists living with HIV and those who have passed away. And a lot of those slides have been digitized and are available on our website. But there is kind of this kind of ceiling of what kind of information you can extract from an image. An installation shot or just an image of an artwork. And oftentimes, I think that archive is so valuable, but also one of the amazing things about visual aids is the kind of social network and social community knowledge that has cohered around it. And just thinking of the way that even in the process of working on this book, it was about talking to Alan and talking to Darrel's family, and kind of in a way the archive was all of these people who were still around and who could kind of shine light on what was actually going on in these images.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? I mean, you look at the images online, and some of the images that are even on visual aids, and there's quite a few, right? And so you do see that iterative process that he's working with, but it's really hard to understand. Before this book, and you sort of see the diagrams of how he was doing the photographs and rephotography, it's very confusing, right? You're trying to figure out what he's doing to make the images. And again, that that information is obviously available through oral histories and other materials, but and sadly, obviously, so much of that information has been lost.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of urgency to the work that we're doing now around these legacies, as Darrel's contemporaries are still alive. But so I kind of want to kick it back to Silas and just. We had such a great time working with you and Brian on this book, and one of the things we really appreciated about your design practice is that you both are also very interested in this, in Darrel's legacy and all of the kind of touch points that Drew was mentioning of what had been published already, the witnesses catalog, and thinking about all of the kind of graphic design history and legacy that Darrel embodied. So I'd love to just invite you to kind of walk us through some of your process in designing the book, and how you thought about these things in order to create this object.
Yeah, I can do that. But Brian, do you want to come up here? Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know. Just because, okay, cool. Yeah, the process, it's funny that you're talking about archives and legacy in the community being kind of a legacy. And so one of the things that we talk about at Polymode as we approach a publication is this idea of poetic research. And as we begin to work on a book, we want to know everything about not just the artist, but other publications that existed before, who were his friends, what music was he listening to, what was in the milieu around it. And I feel like that requires a lot of patience and serendipity and the generosity of others. And I feel like working with you, Kyle, and Visual Aids, and Darrel's family and Alan and like so many other voices, like just allowed us to learn with you and also like bring our perspective as designers and people that were like meeting like someone we wish we knew when he was living. And so if you look at this slide, we just kind of also really look closely at his work and the material reality. It's funny, Drew, when you were talking about the sort of instability of his process, and like when you look at his work, you're like really curious about how it's made. I think that is also like a really beautiful thing that we're interested in, when it's like, oh, there's a surprise there. And so I think as we're doing research too, we're thinking, what are material choices we could do with the book that also honored that? And then of course, like publication design and the resonance of the witness catalog and the typographic language of sort of what's happening in the late 80s and early 90s, this postmodernism in typography is really exciting to us. And how typographic layout and pacing has this kind of energy of what's happening. And so that was also a lot of cues into how to tap into that, but not like mimic it or not make sort of a clone of history. Yeah. And so when we were thinking about the typographic voice of the publication, there was both kind of like a sharpness and like an edges to Darrel's work that Signifier, the body type, had. It's interesting because it's like referencing a 17th century type, but then Kim Summersby, the type designer of Klim Foundry, was also interested in early digital typefaces that Emigre and Susanna Lichko were doing, where there was limited memory in the computers. And so there were these kind of like sharp pixels. And so Signifier had this kind of like edge that made us think of sort of New York at that time and kind of the grittiness of that space, but also it's really elegant as a typeface and refined. And we wanted to create a publication that really did justice to his body of work. Go to the next slide. We paired that with a display typeface called Escalator that's designed by Jesse Regan, who's a queer type designer. And Jesse was really inspired by, he's also a New Yorker, inspired by municipal signage in New York City. And the sort of like nondescript sans serif landscape of transit typography, but in this kind of refined way. And it just seemed to pair and have a nice contrast to Signifier. And then we also are like breaking down and seeing, you know, what colors are being used. Darrel has a really interesting palette, and one of the things that we like were drawn to was also this idea of like a developer brown or sort of developer orange when you're in the dark room, that color. And so that ended up becoming what was the foil stamp on the cover, but also this kind of spot color for emphasizing captions and pull quotes and kind of giving this like rich texture to the book. One of the things that's also really important to us is like what's underneath the graphic design of a book. And we're really mystical at Polymode, kind of witches in a way. And so sacred geometry and the structure underneath the publication is really important to us. And I'm,
like it's not quite displaying.
Yeah,
right,
it's looking a little glitchy right now, but this proportion of the book is a turned hexagon. And it has a 6-column grid. And so that idea of these faceted geometries was something that we use kind of like underneath to sort of emphasize those pull quotes that I was talking about a little bit earlier.
Totally. Yeah, I think there's a slide in a couple of, we'll just get to it, but you can kind of see these diagonal lines that come in with the pull quotes.
And I think it also like has this poetic metaphor of the dynamism of Darrel's work as well.
Yeah, and also just to pick up on something you mentioned earlier, one of my favorite parts of this project was receiving multiple playlists from Brian and Silas that were like, as we were all working together to kind of like sync everyone's, you know, subconscious into the 80s, 90s moment that we were focused on.
What were some of the songs? Do you have it still?
I have it. I actually kind of like, I kind of wore it out.
I mean, you have your own. I know, well, yeah.
I'm totally blanking.
Yeah, me too.
There's like,
I'm looking for the playlist.
there was
Yes,
Sylvester.
totally.
Yes. There's some nice like. Yeah. But yeah, so let's just look at a few spreads.
Yeah, so that's the cover. And then the end sheets were like, maybe you can also talk about that a little bit from like a process standpoint.
Totally. Yeah. So I think that, I mean, the idea had come up to use some of the negatives, but you know, there's like such a rich archive that exists for from Darrel that was like both the archive that he was engaging in his own practice, which is his father's archive, which is kind of what we eventually landed on for these pages, these kind of medium format portraits and family photos that Darrel was looking at as a young artist. And so maybe a little bit of the biographical picture that we glossed over is that Darrel's father was killed before he was born, actually, so he never had the chance to meet him. And as a teenager in high school, he became very interested in art, going to the Met, drawing and sketching, and his mom kind of seeing that gave him this box of negatives and photographs that his father had taken. And so it's kind of this you know, maybe not template, but reference point for him of an artistic legacy within his family. Is also a way for him to kind of get a sense of who his father was. And there's one extant interview that we have with him that was actually recorded by one of the founders of the Visual Aids Archive Project. And he writes about this kind of feeling of alienation or kind of tension and looking at these photographs of his family before he was born and this kind of like middle class happiness. There's these scenes of his parents and his older sister at the park having picnics and kind of feeling this like distance or, you know, he's like, a lot of people have written that like a lot of his work is maybe him processing that kind of cognitive dissonance of his own experience of growing up in his family with this picture of what his family used to be like. So it felt very fitting, I think, to kind of bookend the book with that archive that was so much a part of his practice.
Yeah, I love the way you language that. That was really beautiful.
Thanks. So there's the signifier again.
Yeah, I think we were also thinking a lot about scale, contrast of scale too, with the headlines. And here you can see in the TOC some of that rhythm of the grid being exposed.
So we also commissioned, you know, some, like Drew mentioned, there's a great text by Deborah Willis in the Art in General catalog, and some important pieces of, you know, criticism or reviews from Darrel's own lifetime. But a big part of the project, the book, was also commissioning kind of scholarly writing on his work, and also kind of a learning moment for us that we can maybe talk about later is thinking about publications versus exhibitions. But one of the hardest parts of commissioning writing actually was trying to give people an experience, trying to give the writers an experience of the work, because there was no checklist for an exhibition that was coming up. There were like 800 or more paintings and photographs in the archive that we were trying to sift through.
Did Derek come out to see the work in person, or were those all?
Derek actually, unfortunately, wasn't able to because of COVID. A couple of the other writers were able to visit our office when we had the work there. But it was kind of, you know, also, we talked about this the other day, Alan, but like, it was illuminating for me how to just understand how like an artist's canon or oeuvre kind of becomes defined by what is available or by what is shown.
Right.
And so, you know, it just became clear that as we were working with these people, it's kind of like, we can show them what I think are the 50 most interesting pieces, and they'll choose a few from there to write about, but there's like hundreds more.
Yeah, it was actually a little bit of overwhelming to just kind of encounter so much of the work. And we had a lot of conversations where like, what should we actually include? And you actually had the great idea to like you chose like what works you kind of wanted to show, and we at Polymode were like, oh, these are ones we wanted to show, and there was this like call and response between us and you all of like kind of getting to what felt like core things to show. And I feel like that also happened in a lot of the rhythm of the plates and like how to kind of move through the various bodies of work.
Yeah, and I also want to give a shout out to Laura Mimosa Montes, who is the editor of the book along with myself, and was helpful in kind of organizing our thinking around that and suggesting some of those, you know, like if everybody makes a kind of an A list and B list and like think through this. And it was very interesting to see how, you know, people were gravitating towards different things. And we have these moments in the book where you kind of see the translations across media that Drew was speaking about earlier, but they're also the self-portraits. But we are also kind of thinking about how to kind of, you know, not just take the most head-on approach of like, here are all of the images of the great uncle, here are all the images of the mother, and to kind of move people through the breadth of the work.
Yeah, we didn't want to make like a straight taxonomy of his work. Like, it's not specimens, right? Like, there was kind of a warmth and trying to sort of like capture his process of discovery and like evolution across bodies of work, and then also how it's sort of like kind of rhizomatic. You could kind of see like different bodies of work influencing each other.
Totally. Let's keep going. So this is part of the process section. The diagram that we saw earlier is also in here. Just trying to unpack what's going on. And one of the discoveries we made is that actually looking at the negatives can be really helpful, because when you see, I think you might be able to see it okay there, but when you see the photographs in the negative form, the shadows are actually black, as shadows are. So you can kind of start to understand the way that depth and space works. But then when Darrel would go to actually print the image, of course, blacks become white. So what we see as shadows in the negative become these kinds of voids, or kind of like textural lines and tears that is kind of where the confoundingness of the work comes from.
Yeah, and I think these sections and the chronology were like some of the most fun to design, because speaking to your point about accessibility, like we wanted to make this beautiful art catalog, but also for me as someone who like encountered books and art books going to a public library growing up, like that idea of being able to tell the story of the process just was really important to us, and also to make something that's really easy to understand because the process is so complex.
Absolutely. Yeah, so this is the chronology section that you were just mentioning, which again was definitely one of the more involved sections, also because there's so much material. And yeah, just trying to kind of like like take an archive and create a narrative, or you know, also without, you know, there's kind of like not an author for the chronology in a way, because there's Lara and I spending a lot of time also with Brandon Ng, who's hired as a researcher on the book, but then working with you and Brian to think about what could actually fit on the page, and how to kind of tell this story almost as like a vitrine or something.
Yeah, I think there was also like trying to keep a feeling of looseness too. Like I think there's like definitely logic, but this thing about scale and proportion, and almost kind of like thinking about an archive as memory, right? And how things kind of surface as you recall them. And also to try to make something beautiful that's not like always the like Swiss grid, right? Like that's so rigid.
Totally. Let's see. So, you know, I also kind of wanted to just zoom out a little bit and talk about publishing and bookmaking more broadly. And maybe in a few minutes, we can also talk about the Jimmy DeSana project as another case study. But first, I just wanted to ask, each of you as a curator and art historian, as a book designer, bookmaker, like how do you think about the role of books and publishing in your practice? And maybe as opposed to other forms like exhibitions or, posters or other forms of graphic design.
Yeah. I mean, to go back to your point when you were saying, right, that this is a book that was not attached to an exhibition and that presented some challenges, but for me as a museum professional, I kind of love that it's not attached to an exhibition. And, we were talking before in the way, I get frustrated by the degree to which I think museums and also increasingly galleries in the market sort of set the conversation for what is important and what matters, right? Exhibitions tend to get more press, but I think you hear so frequently, right, with an exhibition, or again, whether that's at a museum or a commercial gallery, that an artist isn't recognized, right, or is under-recognized until they have a major commercial gallery or until they have a major museum solo show. But what that does, right, is it erases all the work that scholars have done, right? And that Deb Willis wrote an essay in 1996. It sort of completely erases the fact that no, there is scholarship and people have been shepherding the work for decades and people are doing the work. But so yeah, for me, I love that it's not attached in any way to an exhibition and that it's really just about producing this book, producing this archive, or translating an archive to another physical form that people can have, and that will preserve that sort of the knowledge that, as you were saying, right, we're quickly losing more and more of that knowledge as time goes on. So for me, of course I love making exhibitions, but I even more so, I think I love the book, right? And that's the tricky thing working in a museum. We don't always, not every exhibition you do has the funds to produce a catalog or produce a book. So I've done a lot of exhibitions, where there is a lot of original scholarship that goes into that. And that scholarship is maybe lives somewhere online. Maybe it's picked up to some degree if there's reviews, but a lot of that is just, it's in the archive, right? It's for the shows I've done in the Brooklyn Museum, it's in the Brooklyn Museum's archive, and those are not accessible in the way that, right, MoMA's archives are digitized. And that's the amazing thing about MoMA's website, is that, all of their exhibitions, including press releases, checklists, didactics, things like that, are actually on the website, which is just such a huge resource for people to get this information. So for me, I think it's sort of about recognizing art historical scholarship as this other sort of discourse that in many cases, right, it's like, even we can talk about Jimmy DeSana, right? Similarly, an artist who didn't have a monograph, but of course there were publications, and I think it's easy for museums to sort of fall into the trap of using that language of the under-recognized artist, and of course it's good for publicity, and of course the New York Times or magazines like to use that language because it shows. And I think, right, there's a sort of maybe more of a reason to be covering it, but just to say, like, I'm frustrated by the degree to which it sort of then pushes the art historical scholarship to the side as not being important or not being valid.
Right. Yeah, all that really resonates. I think the fact that there was an exhibition tied to it also allowed the design to be more innovative. I feel like when you're making an exhibition catalog or you're making a book for a gallery show, there is a kind of like needing to document things, and there's sort of this spatial structure. And I feel like there was something about not having that structure where it kind of broke out of the template of what a book could be. And it sort of moved from documenting to witnessing. And there's just kind of like a warmth and a rhythm to it that was really freeing. But also I just feel like the book as a format is so much more distributable, right? And that it goes into WorldCat, right? Like it goes into a network of communication that is kind of amazing. And I think as someone who's sentimental, just being able to put a book into the archive to that. So there's like a memory, right, that can circulate, not just in art institutions, but in schools and libraries and other places. I mean, I still think that like as accessible as a book is, there is sort of a hierarchy of an art book, maybe than other books. But I feel like that tangibility and portability and multiplicity is like such an amazing tool to have.
Totally. And keeps that. I was going to say too, I mean, I remember having conversations with Alan about the sort of the multiple waves of reception. And this is pretty typical. I mean, I think Dasana is similar. There's so many artists, right? Where each sort of generation, a new group of people discover the work. So like 96, there was the show several years after he passed away. And then I remember there's sort of, what gallery did a show? Julie Salt, right? So there's a few gallery shows that happen, about every decade almost. So there would be this renewal, but I think without sort of a monograph, right, there wasn't a source that one could go back to and really look. So it was really every generation was rediscovering it, but there was no major production of something like a catalog or a major exhibition that would sort of set it in stone or that would make the information accessible. So it was just like, this sort of rehashing of each generation sort of, coming across this work that they had no idea about.
Yeah, but it's also interesting. One thing I forgot to say earlier with Jimmy Dasana, like so much of his work was in publications too, right? Like in magazines, newspapers, like in ephemera. And so there was like, I think we can have kind of hierarchical judgment about the importance of like a newsprint thing versus like this kind of codex I wish we didn't have so much. And I feel like seeing all the people here at the book fair and the activity of like zines and other more ephemera publications, like there is a shifting value for things that are not always like a tome, right? And an excitement around things that are portable and shareable and easy to buy, that are cheaper as well, right?
But it means institutions need to be acquiring those, right? Because I mean, that's the challenge. I mean, both in terms of now that Jimmy's work is on, right? I mean, he's somebody that was involved in Fluxus, correspondence art in the 70s, zines in the 70s and 80s, and a lot of that material is not collected by institutions. So it's sort of spread in individual archives, and those things are lost or thrown away, or they just have a more ephemeral format, so people don't hold on to them in the same way. But I mean, again, even back thinking about Darrel's work, right? There were reviews in Art Forum and all these other publications, right? But those are also not the same as having a big scholarly monograph.
Well, maybe back to your point about digitization, the fact that an article or a zine, once it's digitized, has the same circulation as a monograph on the internet, I think is like a flattening of a hierarchy. I think the shadow of that is like the backup of it, right? And so sort of like you were looking for something that's like down, you can't actually access it. But I feel like that I'm super interested in the way design can connect to the idea of like digital accessibility. And also now that we have like much more fluid control over websites, like the aesthetic of the digital interface could be like really something interesting to explore and push more.
So we only have about 5 more minutes. I really wanted to hear more about Jimmy Dasana project, but maybe at first we can just gauge the audience if there's any pressing questions for Drew or Silas. I see one back here. We have for the live stream.
Sure. Oh yeah, sorry. So my question is really more like the logistical end of things on the timeline from start to finish and the budget for a project like this.
That's a great question. It's very hard to remember dates pre-COVID, but I think so the project was mostly funded by the Warhol Foundation, and I believe we received that grant in 2019, Esther? 2018 is...
The timeline actually goes back further because Visual Aids has wanted to do a book about Darrel Ellis for years and years. We've had Darrel's work in our archive for many years, and it had been a goal for, I don't know, Alan. We've been talking to Alan for I don't know how many years. So the Warhol grant allowed us to actually start something that had been cognitively in the works for many, many years. Yeah, but 2018 is when we got the grant, and then COVID, I'll throw it back to Kyle, but COVID got in the way. But one of the great things about a book project, it's something you could keep doing during COVID. So we were on Zoom making it work, and we got it done.
Yeah, and I don't have a good sense of the total budget, but maybe 60 to 80,000. Like, I mean, I have a salary from Visual Aids. We worked with Silas and Brian. We worked with Todd Bradway, who's our production manager, and Laura, who's a kind of an outside editor. So there's a big team of people. Sorry, Esther, I'm looking at Esther. But it's a pretty significant project for an organization of our scale to undertake, and we've done a number of these monographs over the last couple of years, but maybe like once every 5 years or so.
And just another thought I wanted to add, we, in our work, because we're often doing the first monograph on someone, and as far as we know, it might be the only one. So we approach a lot of our work in that way. So when we were working on this book in particular, or also on our Hugh Steers monograph or Robert Blanchard monograph, which was the first one we did in 2006, we think about if this is the only book about this person, what does it have to be, and how does it have? What should it include? How can it be comprehensive, but also on a limited budget? So I think that this was such a huge success, and I also wanted to just quickly throw in another thought that I was having while you were speaking. Part of our work too, this is an artist book. It's a book about an artist. It is an art book, but it's also a book about a person. And I think that that's part of our work too. When we make these monographs, we want to introduce you to the person as much as the artist. And one of the reasons this book is so good is that Brian and Silas really, really cared about Darrel as a person, getting to know him, what we said before about the playlist, all these things were very deep about him as a human being, about his family, his life. And that's part of what this book is, and why I think it came out so perfectly and beautifully. Is it's not just an artist book, an artist monograph, it's a person, a story of a person's life. So
Totally. Thank you for adding that. I think that's kind of the part about the chronology that I didn't get out, was like how did that section was trying to kind of capture Darrel as a person, which is such a big project.
I also know time is fluid, but I was just double checking the playlists. And I actually, playlist plural, there's 3 actually, because the project did go on that long, that there were kind of waves of discovery there too. So I don't know, that kind of richness of like going deep into him was evidenced by that too.
Any last question before we wrap up? Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Silas. Just to finish the quick plug about Jimmy Desana.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to maybe just introduce that project and let people know what to look out for? Jimmy Desana is another artist who died AIDS-related complications early in his career, and is someone who's represented on our website and in our archive. And Drew and Silas and Brian are also working on projects.
Yeah. The book is in the port of New York. I know that Delmonico. I know Delmonico has an advanced copy at their booth at the fair, so you can check it out there. The show opens at the Brooklyn Museum on November 11th. It will open to the public, so super excited. I mean, and I got to work with Polymode on the design for that as well. It's also a project that started in 2018 and was delayed multiple times. It was a co-org, and then the other, institutions went through a lot in the last few years. So it's now just going to be at the Brooklyn Museum, so it's amazing that it's happening. I think just quickly, it's interesting that you mentioned, right, the importance of just thinking of Darrel as a person, because that was also the same thing for Desana, in part because there was so much incorrect information, biographical, that was out there, even though Laurie Simmons, who was a good friend, is one of the people that oversees the estate. But of course, I mean, Jimmy moved to New York in 1973, and I'm sure, like many artists, was an artist of sort of self-invention and reinvention, right? So there's so much information that, I mean, I'm sure he gave people that was somewhat incorrect. So for me, we didn't produce like a chronology, but my essay, I tried to be kind of as thorough as possible, and just really map out both his sort of career trajectory as art, but also just the sort of networks that he existed within. Again, just because that information wasn't anywhere, and the information I found was often not correct. So I think, yeah, for me, it was like, in both cases, I think, right, it's like how amazing these sort of resources are, just for not learning about the work itself, but about these human beings.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you again, Silas and Drew. We'll have copies of the book available up here. They're $40, $10 off during the book fair. And our booth is on the 4th floor in the Friendly Fire section if you want to see more of our books. Thank you.
me take out one of the review because it's quite long.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. My name is Vivian Sming. I run Sming Books, and we're here to celebrate Run of the River, Bitter Medicine by Linda J. Hung and Keith Graham. And the book can be found, it's co-presented by FIST and Sming Books. And I guess before we get started, I would love to acknowledge that we are on Lenape land. And as we're here to gather and celebrate books and printed material, acknowledging that a lot of history has been prioritized as something being understood on paper. And I think this is one of the projects as publishers, as artists, that we're trying to contend that in terms of different ways of knowing and understanding the world around us. So I'll go ahead and introduce both Linda and Keith. Keith can join us today, but Linda will be reading from the book, and then we'll be having a conversation, and then the floor will also be open for questions. Okay, let me pull up your bios. 1 second. Okay, so Linda is a sculptor, dancer, book expedition designer, printmaker, publisher, and living soil foods advocate. Linda's Conte of scanning voices, cross-sections, the invisible density, flavor profiles, and omniscient presence of the intricate, woven, and frayed environment. Keith Graham is a visual artist who uses drawing, multiples, and handmade books to channel obsessions, including the specifics of place, elegy, and observation of everyday details. Collaboration, pattern, and interaction between image and text have been central to recent projects. Originally from the Oregon High Desert, he's currently based in San Francisco. And with that, I'll turn it over to Linda. Thanks.
All right. So I'm going to read out 5 poems. The first one is going to be a chanting. Welcomed to life as run of the river, bitter medicine, scanning voices in the midst of invocation. Crystallize the recount by gazing up at the sky, down to the ground, further down to the house of the dead. They are on their way to inspect an open grave, assemble the evidence, cross-sectioning what they hope or fear will be the location of the discarded dead, in a resting place where nobody was ever laid to rest. The story folds from a frayed and undisclosed location, with a steady purpose, finding itself gathered to coeval, point of departure, point of arrival, fine-tuning the stages of self-possession, reveling through integral chants, omniscient presence, critical depth of field, fiber optic kingdom, omniscient, chronic instabilities, empire's exodus, invisible density, fielded light. Black poem. Itzli, god of stone, is a dusky mirror, provider of tools of war and beauty, pierce into the darkness, forming a shield, clearing confusion, grounding you to the center of the earth, block psychic attacks, and repel poisons with power and certainty. Tree spirit, ebony, prize of the old kingdom, dissolve outworn influences with the clarity of the standing people, pierce into the darkness, forming a shield, clearing confusion, timeless, protection, mystery, amplify magnetic energy. Yuga people, Itzli, wielder of cutting chi, emitter of the frequencies of nature, deflect unbalance, pierce into the darkness, forming a shield,
clearing confusion. The left hand, transformed by fire, absorbs all light in opaque velvet night. A microclimate. This adaptationist freestyle terrain was a life-giving force in the hell that was pressurized collectively around them in New York City. The present brought forth an occupied memory, an infinite species of time, a signature in the lines they wrote as air. They had a vision that their losses in the distant future would be severe, and to prepare with hope as discipline. The hardware was already in place, a living rhythm and an obstacle to be embraced, as sensitive to timing can be. How to describe the ways of an adaptationist world, brutal and implacable. Sci-fi is the mythical gates of today. It walks cinema like water, closest to accuracy. For deep within the moving image lies their true collision, the real flash of repair, their living rhythm. They are in a protection way of rest. The naturalist and adaptationist, cross-sectioning the invisible density of empires without. Their free reed is a vibrating tongue which does not need to beat against a solid surface. They crossed no zones, insider and outlaw, rooted to the tree, reaching the spacecraft, facing bitter medicine. Emerging antiforms, vigor and fragility, from the sorrows that be. Drawing every now and then, gathering strength. Wind beneath our wings, being the generation of. Living the prayer. May love prevail. The lantern crown. The kaleidoscopic interpenetration of forms proceeds in the fashion of elemental clockwork. Through the four directions, the altar platform, a stage set of disintegration, arcane knowledge on the edge of revealing itself in the way of melting solids. Duality and non-duality suffuse the vision with an inner glow, shrouded in the dust of an elegant decay, yet pure, forthright, and true to its nature. Lantern crown, the angel's face. Bitter medicine. The traveler in the landscape, the single tree piercing the hole in the sky. Sheltered in secret folds, we find bitter medicine. Dog's teeth in one hand, cone-shaped bird's nests, intricately woven. Bells and a donkey braying echo up through mountainside fog to a rough circle, the meeting place. A stone kilt in the other, reclaimed from a site of origin where cold water pours from the cave. Over the caldera rim, past jeep-sized blocks of obsidian, wide-eyed, the medicine working, every detail etched sharp. One foot in clean hot desert, the other in cool forest, shelling pine nuts, getting by. Under the clear sun then, walking downstream, we seemed to be wading uphill, sky-clad on a boulder, on a bed of moss. Sheets of molten stone cracked, covered with wind-blown ash, fissures, interpenetrating forms, mind racing, the steps scented by rabbit brush, juniper bark drips and congeals. I looked across the river and saw the steady rise and fall of the Palisades breathing. The Nino Santos call up from rich black earth. Sleep here, rest here. Below my feet, the long gray spine of Manhattan shifts, slumbering.
Let me just pull up the book. Okay. Thank you so much for that reading. I feel like it's special to hear it from the author. And from Keith, yeah. My first question for you is just if you could tell us how this book came about. Was it something that was, created pre-pandemic, during the pandemic? How did it sit within that timeline?
I feel like my time is warped. Well, I met Keith as a artist in residence over at the Center for Book Arts in 2019. He was the scholar in residence the year before me. And when we met, I liked him right away and recognized, an experimental spirit. We talked more, and I think printed one time at like the Robert Blackburn workshop, and then the pandemic hit. And there was a year and a half in between that it just laid. And I think it was last year when I came back and decided to write a poem. And from there, Keith wrote one back, and we just started vibing back and forth. And then this year we finally finished it. It's been a long journey. Yeah. And I think initially we talked a lot about the psychedelic terrain. We talked about the etymology of our names. My name, that was, J, which is the middle name. It was given to me by a shaman. It means meteorite. Keith's name, Graham, is of Scottish descent, and it means dark river or a tree. So when we're thinking about hypnagogic glyphs, I wanted to indicate and add in the glyphs of our names as opposed to just writing it out. And I thought that it would be a unique sort of introduction to how glyphs can and are their own letter forms. I'm thinking also about how English is not the best language to translate more nuanced and complex thoughts, especially from the culture that I come from. And I wanted to express patterns and textile arts that I grew up with, bring those skills in and connect them with text. And Keith is an amazing writer. I really respect him as an artist. And, I'm fortunate that he was able to, or, had the desire to follow through with his project, because it could have just ended, during the pandemic. We could have just slept on it. But, I had not written in a long time, and the pandemic was the situation that caused me to get back into writing. And I think that's a really honest way of approaching visionary poetry, as well as connecting that to movement, semi-concrete poetry, as well as glyphic arrangements. I thought a lot about, how these words could be sung, thinking a lot about songwriting, and also how these glyphs convey and how they would sound like if they were to be sung. So they're metrical mappings of not just the cosmos, but connecting the sky to the earth, and dealing with psychedelic terrain. There's a sort of like ambiguity as well as like amnesia, I feel like, with like the past 2 years that's happened. And I think this is an elegant and beautiful reflection of that time, marking the timing that we are in now.
Yeah, I think with glyphs, I think people do expect like, the symbol and some, to have some sort of meaning or code behind the glyphs or the symbols. And I remember when I first saw this work, it also, given your background as like I want to say a farmer, but you're really someone who's connected to the land, that these were also reminded me of like the way that landscape architects kind of map out a garden, perhaps, or can you speak to how your relationship with land was cultivated, and also with Keith's relationship to land?
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of Keith. Keith, if you're watching right now. So Keith was born and raised in like the high desert, Oregon, and his his father, I think, is part of that counterculture, and was raised in like a dome-shaped building, and his connection to land has to do with just the natural, observation of everyday details, and taking in not just that, but the love, I think, of his literature and music that's brought everything together, and this project would not be possible without, his imagination and his desire to keep going on, because this kind of project, with fine art printmaking and making lithographs requires a lot of physical time, and it's commitment. And, I was raised my connection to land is living off the grid for 10 years, but like switching between that and like coming to New York, it's quite extreme in both regard. But I've always been an advocate for fresh foods, fermentation, taking in like a lot of the Asian or indigenous Asian farming methods that are being propagated and assimilated into this mainstream culture that is then repackaged into what they call New Age. I don't accept that term. I think that, where I come from, we, consider everything as a living being, down to like a rock. So that's my connection. And I feel that Keith, in a way, feels the same way, especially where he's born and raised, and his interests in the natural world. I consider myself to be an adaptationist because I wasn't born and raised in the country or the rural outback. I was born and raised in Southside Stockton, and Southside Stockton is a very interesting town. It's the first city to go bankrupt on the West Coast. And it was time to, there was a time in my life where I had to like get out and move to San Francisco to continue the education. From there, I got deep into dancing, deep into music, which led me eventually to be an activist for the environment, because, where I was born and raised, there's no trees. I wanted to experience that one time in my life. So that's why I headed up to Humboldt, the Pacific Northwest. And that happens to be where Keith is also from. So when we met here in New York, it was like, oh, I see you. You're a naturalist. We're going to chat and see what comes out of this, because we're both really into psychedelic terrain and the healing components of that. And yeah.
Cool. Can you describe for folks who don't know all the different forms? Because you mentioned lithography, but the book has taken quite a few forms.
The book initially started out with a huge stack of like suminagashi marblings that I had done during the pandemic. From there, I broke it down to 12 sheets, and Keith designed the cover and bound it up, and the innards we manipulated a Vandercook proofing machine over at Center for Book Arts. And we used black ink for all the printing, but right afterwards, we dusted it with a very, very fine mica. Yeah, so what you see in person is a sparkling sort of interdimensional connection with image and text. When you open the folio, it's lithographs pulled from different kinds of sources, but also pulled from personal experience with drawings. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Drawings, lithography, suminagashi, and I didn't bring the broadsides here, but those were done painted with acrylic and then a 3-color screen print. And then the other broadside, which isn't here, it's also a 3-color letterpress. So the letterpress is what the focus was on, because it's such to me, when I came into printmaking, I didn't do that. I mean, I didn't get into it until like my 30s, so I see it differently from a different angle. I didn't want to just make like wedding invites or things like that. I mean, that's fine too, but I was trying to do this kind of stuff, and it's a huge learning curve. It's a commitment, but I'm a designer. I'm an artist. Like, I will do whatever it takes to get that vision out. And, you know, teaching myself patience at the same time. Yeah.
So you describe a lot of your work, or this work, as being related to suttas or being like a media res form. Can you talk a little bit about those, what those two are, and how they are performed in this body of work?
Well, when I was growing up, I was pretty obsessed with myths as well as oral storytelling. That was how I learned about my people and our histories, through the intergenerational storytelling. And that's only through speech and voice, the nuance of the words that can have many different connotations and meanings behind it. And sutras, for me, I read the Dhammapada for the first time when I was 18, and that really changed my life as far as like how you can treat writing as a form of self-love, self-affirmation, but also point towards like the origins of language, which is, I think, very closely aligned to mark making, and even singing, you know, and instrument making. My references are culled from multiple areas because I often operate from like a stateless form. So, yeah.
And then how about for the idea of media res, like being in
the media res? You know, all these like great myths that we read about starts from that, you know, and I wanted to combine that with suttas because I've never seen anything like that done before. It's either very like based off of Greek myths or like straight like Buddhism. But I think at this point in our life, especially with technology, we're able to receive these worlds and combine them with our personal lived experiences and create something new out of it, you know. For me, this project is not done as far as like from my end with the writing. Like I plan on translating my poems that I wrote for this into the archaic language, which is the Hmong language, which is a language that has been wiped out over time. And so we've had to encode our language into these textile works. So this design of like this book is actually, you know, I would say like you know, how Keith describes it, hypnagogic microclimates, but also thinking about paper as a form of like flexible fabric, you know, where through using a sparkle in this that it indicates some kind of movement. But for me, it's like a constellation of music and sound. I'm always trying to come back to that because two of the first sounds when I was, you know, growing up, I remember just like the drum and the jingle. And those two sounds are so important to like shamanistic rituals. And I noticed that when I was exhibiting this weekend that a lot of like people into music, people who write music, people who think about music and sound were very, very interested and connected to this because it comes from a deep place of knowing, but it also comes from inherited DNA that I've been able to express using these very Western techniques, you know. Even the language, like the Hmong language, is highly script, and it's a language that will go extinct in like 40 years. So that's why this translation that will happen is very important. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned also being a dancer, and I know it's something we connected over. But how do you see the way that both embodied knowledge, but also improvisation work in something as like that feels as permanent as letterpress? You know, feel like
I mean, I grew up in like Southside Stockton, and then I moved to San Francisco, where, you know, most of my friends, if not all, were B-boys and B-girls and like house dancers. And like, you know, that really just changed my life as far as like, you know, what does intergenerational people look like? What does multicultural groups look like? What does the love of music look like when you can appreciate it and express it through your body? You know, my understanding of sound and music comes from my shaman background. When I heard hip hop for the first time, I was like, yo, I get it. So it's drums. And, you know, it's music, I feel like outside of like books is the great connector of all people. And like I said, I always try to come back to that because I'll never forget like my first time in a cipher. I had to die a little bit. My ego died a little bit, but I emerged out of it just feeling like, dang, like I was protected by these people. And it's very much aligned with village mentality, you know, where people looked out for each other and raised each other up. You could be like the best dancer, but you know, if you didn't uplift the youth, what's the use, you know? And I remember like coming up, I was like the young buck, but I had mentors, you know, in dance. And, you know, that's something that I've always, you know, carried forward, whether that's like through book design or publishing or visual arts, is that foundation from which I received. That was a culture that I was brought into, combined with my personal background with shamanism, finding the connections between people and, you know, cross-pollination, but also deep, like, organizing of like coalition, because I'm, you know, now back in the Bay, and it's interesting to see how San Francisco has changed and how my family is still around, but it's, my friends are no longer around. So dance is, you know, and not just a form of memory for me, but it's also like a path, a gateway to understanding like the fiber optic connection of language, bringing forth to life all my values, what I think, how I see the world, how I move through the world, but also observing how people can be free with how they interact with the environment. Now I think about dance as a living entity. You don't have to, you know, you don't have to get up on a stage to perform and like be competitive. Like I'm not, I'm not competitive in that way. Like I just want to be able to, you know, like what Bruce Lee says, you know, to honestly express myself, which I think is the hardest thing to do.
And then were there some of that knowledge, was that something that through the form, because this is, you know, this was a very labor intensive process. Yeah.
I think, you know, I consider the poems that I wrote for this book to be dance poems because it's meant to be performed. It's meant to be, I mean, in my mind's eye, to be sung, to be, you know, to enjoy your time with other people. I built community through dance, through publishing, through visual arts. More recently, it has been through like the advocacy of like the environment. And that involves me having to really look deep in with, you know, deep within myself and to not consume as much. You know, I'm a very simple person now. And that's what a dancer, I think, needs to have, is to be in an open space, you know, where they can move around. And that's why this design, you know, to some people might seem quite stark, but there's a method to the madness. There's a way in which, you know, you can think about dance, not just as like a living entity, but as an invisible force that connects all of us.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that some of the glyphs do start moving, or I imagine with the help of psychedelics, it would, you know, this whole thing would be a different experience. And I do think you also have some spreads where there's like one little gesture of a rotation, the way that the glyph is like slightly rotated to suggest movement.
Totally. I'd like to think of like my body as like a clock as well, you know, like I got into body work after dancing because it was just a natural, you know, extension. Like if you're practicing all the time, like your feet are gonna hurt. Like my feet till this day and my hands feel like the oldest parts of me. And, you know, I think it's important when reading, it's not just about reading like with your eyes, but reading with your heart.
Cool. So we can open up for questions. I have just one more, and then feel free to think on your questions. Of course, I just forgot my question. No. I think I was going to ask you about, oh, nope, I lost it. Anybody want to save me? No. Yeah, anybody have any questions for Linda? Thank you so much for all of your work and thinking. The English language, that's what I was going to get into.
Yeah,
how did this, with your relationship to the English language?
My relationship to the English language is, sometimes I'm like, there's no word to describe adequately how I really feel with like the past 2 years of events. And sometimes I feel like the best way to describe that is just through symbols. And I think that like, that's the interesting thing about language, how you can turn from letter form to glyph, to dust, to anything. You know, and then you use these like fragments to create your own story and to build your own world, which I think everybody has the right to.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Great. Any questions out there for Linda?
So there are two things you mentioned. One was ambiguity and amnesia for the past 2 years. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about that, but also a second question. Your collaboration with the, you talked about yourself as a clock, but there was also that sort of collaboration with the Vandercook. And there's this, you know, as we see the pages here, there's a lot of rotation, or I think of how one prints on the press, and it's that sort of interaction with that. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Can you repeat the first question again?
Oh, ambiguity.
Ambiguity. Oh, yeah.
And amnesia.
Okay, so I watch a lot of old school 90s R&B on YouTube, and I read the comments. I feel like the comments is like the most comical part, but there was this one person that wrote a comment, and I had to screenshot it because I was like, this is like the description for like this work. So I'm gonna pull it up. And it's gonna answer your first question. Let's see. Okay. This song really sends me. It is mysterious and potent. It is like some kind of force, like a tornado or an electrical storm. It is seductive and a little dangerous. It is beautiful and raw at the same time. It takes me to a place where there are many phantoms that appear and then disappear. I can catch a brief glimpse, but then there is just an icy fog. Everything is chaotic, but still connected. The second question? Second question is about the relationship between Movement and Vandercook. I'm like 5 feet, and the Vandercook is like not made for people like me. And thank God I have like a dance background, because I've had to like maneuver in ways that's like, you know, if it was like a tall person, it would just be like really easy. But for me, I really initially struggled with it because I'm not used to machines in that way. It's not a world that I even considered to get into. Drawing has always been a great love of mine, and that was easily transferred into printmaking when I could understand and like figure out like how to combine this, what I thought and still think, you know, cheesy elements of like the Vandercook, and, you know, use that to create something that is like, has emotional content and not so logical. You know, I really operate on like intuition, and science, I think, still till this day can't break it down or erases it totally. And that's what I aim to do, is to use a machine intuitively. This kind of machine, you know, and like when you do a lot of research, they were not used for good purposes, you know. I'm not a part of that crowd. I'm trying to use it to uplift people and to think about design and book arts and sculpture as movable parts, and that different worlds can exist within one plane. Yeah. Vandercook is, you know, a proofing machine. It's not really meant to be like fine art, but I think there's a connection with something that is often just used and then tossed with something that can be refined and elegant, but also still very raw. And like that quote or that comment that I read can be chaotic, but still interconnected.
Anyone else?
Thanks for the reading, Linda.
Yeah.
So I guess upon first listening, two locations that sort of come up in your poems are like the vast outdoors and then New York City. Could you talk a little bit about where you find the poeticism in both those places and what resonates to you?
Yeah, I associate the vastness of the land with New York just because New York is, you know, when I come here or when I lived here, my vision changed. Instead of like horizontal, then all of a sudden it just became quite vertical. And then I would have to like stare up, and that affected the way that I thought about like the world, you know, and how it's reflected in like the everyday citizens, how one can just become a, you know, box of its own. And it's good to, you know, break out of that. It's a privilege actually to be able to travel. And it's something that I was able to do in my 20s. That came at a sacrifice because, you know, I didn't have like the resources to do certain things. I mean, even just, I mean, living off of like basic survival skills, like learning how to chop wood and like all of that prepared me for like when I moved here pre-pandemic and during the pandemic. Like if I hadn't gone through that, I would have probably gone crazy just looking up at vertical spaces. But I was able to imagine and to process all the things that were happening with looking horizontally. And I think that poetry can evoke all those sorts of spaces, you know.
It's a vertical book. It's a very vertical book.
It's a vertical book?
Yeah. But expansive. So that's
Yeah.
thank you for your question because I
Yeah.
feel like that.
Yeah. It's a long story. No, I've been back and forth for a long time. Now I'm based out on the West Coast, which actually allowed me to finish all of this writing because I don't think I would have finished all of this writing living in a vertical world. I needed time to like just being like have a backyard and just like stare at nothing and write. Even though the structure is vertical, the writing is very like roundabout, like a circular, elliptical form.
Yeah, and actually in the this is the digital version, the non letterpressed version, there's the symmetry, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a symmetry with the pattern making, and it's just, you know, what I like about poetry or the combination of image and text and pattern is how generative it can be. And especially if you like speak, like literally speak it to life, like it changes form. And then the beautiful thing about words and poetry is, especially when somebody else reads your words, and that becomes, it adds a form of, I think, acceptance of oneself to do that, you know? Like, I was very surprised when like I read Keith's poem out loud for the first time. And that's when I figured out, I was like, oh, it's not just about writing. It's about bringing it into life and like presenting an invocation of how when two voices come together, how harmony creates, you know, unity. You know, it's always so powerful when like you're like within a, you know, especially this weekend because we haven't been together for so long, but hearing all the voices in the same room talking, even if they're not talking to each other, everybody just sounds so grateful and happy to be here. And like, that's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To be able to have, even if we're not singing the same tone, that we're with each other and we will stick by each other.
Yeah. Beautiful image.
Yeah.
Anyone else? I think we have time for like a few more. Oh.
Sorry, can
Yeah.
Can you talk about your partnership with Keith and like what is that like to create something collaboratively, and what was challenging, and what was maybe also easier than you thought or better than you thought?
It was beautiful collaborating with Keith, you know, because Keith is a very interesting artist in that he's not a macho artist. If he was macho, I would have been like, go home. But he was receptive to a lot of like my ideas that I think some people would have been like, whoa, like you are out there, you've done too much shrooms. But he understood, you know, the nature of like the unstable aspects of language and how we perceive things. We actually really connected on drawing as well, which you don't see here on this deluxe edition. But if you go on sming.com/shop, you'll see how the end papers contain the drawings, which are laid out in a patterned tiled form, which bleeds out to more like an adaptationist perspective. Keith is an artist that I can relate to because we're both, I mean, I would like to consider myself a professional scavenger. And he does the same thing, you know, like I was able to recognize that skill, like, oh, he can make something out of nothing. You know, he can also like get into really expensive materials, but also turn something that is discarded into a unique form. And we both work with our hands. Like between him and I, we have like 70 years of craft together. So that's why this project was important to finish, because we can be, you know, lazy at times or life takes over, and it's extremely laborious, and it takes not just commitment, but forthright and a desire to want to learn about each other. And some of the challenges, I think, were just time and distance, you know, because during the pandemic, I went back to the West Coast. He was doing his own thing out here. And there was a lot of organizing, I think, that had to happen for me to come back to New York and finish the printmaking. The last thing, you know, like on this edition, there's a last poem called "The Diamond Mind," and it's a poem that has been erased. But I decided to keep the last stanza, which is just that one. It's just these mathematical arrows and falling leaves, and taking also the architectural schema of buildings to compose them in a way that doesn't look like it's just like, what's that R word, redacted? Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to think about how do you pronounce that?
Like a redacted.
Yeah, redacted text into something that is not so negative, you know. It's a beautiful poem, but it's no longer exists, just in glyph form. And that's actually an even better way of ending a book, because, you know, our names started out with just glyphs and it ends with glyphs. And I think that that is so indicative of like human life. We're just symbol. We become symbols, but these symbols are also letter forms, and these letter forms are, you know, turned into structures, into architecture, and that's the connecting entity, I think, with all of us.
I have a question about the glyphs. Like, how did you land on the ones that you ended up using?
I had a terrible typography teacher when I was 18. He was German, hard. And he liked very specific typefaces. I wasn't really into them. I didn't really know what I would use them for. But, you know, anytime that I want to do something new, I don't like look at things that are like cool, whatever. Like, I like researching. I like digging. Like, I love the act of just like digging through records, digging through secondhand bookshops, and, you know, spend my years in Humboldt actually like helped me to get through and read a lot of books on architecture, on craft, on writing, on drawing. And that was actually a really great time, even though it came at a, you know, sacrifice, and that I wasn't here in New York. But actually, I'm here where, you know, I'm meant to be here at this point, and taking like the knowledge and wisdom and apply them to, I think, what people living in urban cities can benefit from, you know. So.
I think we have time for one final question. If there's anyone else. Okay. Thanks.
So I think you mentioned like you want to expand the content of the book and even become more generative. So I want to ask if you want it to be even more digital in the future, or like whether you want to stay in a, like it's a more physical and printed form.
What was the last part right there?
I wonder if you want it to be even more digital, or you want to stay as a more like a physical printed form.
I think it's, for me, it's wise to combine both. I love digital because I think that, you know, you can use technology in a way that's positive to relay information, but also promote works that can really help people, you know, and the physical form is as important just because I'm someone that grew up working with my hands, but that's just me talking as like an able-bodied person. I know that digital is something that will help, you know, the choreography of my artwork into like future generations. Cause I know there's gonna be a day when like, I'm not gonna be able to do what I'm doing because I'm gonna be like, might lose an arm, I might be disabled, or like something might happen in my life where I won't be able to be as mobile. And I know that digital will like help to like move that, to carry that information, to have people use that wisdom and generate their own expression, which then I feel like it's just like a domino effect, you know, like if you see somebody who's living in their truth, like they inspire you to want to be in that way as well. And it's a continuous spiraling. I love digital. I love physical too, but I also really love machine age. So that was the description actually that Keith and I wrote when we were thinking about how do you even talk about like visionary poems? You know, how to describe like some of the feelings and thoughts that we've gone through the past 2 years, you know, whether that's like ambiguity or like earlier, like the connection and chaos. There's only 2 things I know that are quite definite for me, and that's, yeah, ambiguity and chaos.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Linda. And if you want to check out the book, it is right here. We did make another edition, which we have sold out of this fair. So, but you can find it online. And we're here at the fair. Linda is on the 2nd floor, C15, and I'm over at the 1st floor, A7. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much for coming by, y'all.
Is it on? Oh, okay. Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Corinne Butta, and I'm editor at Wendy's Subway, a reading room, writing space, and independent publisher in Bushwick, Brooklyn, as well as an associate editor with Archive Books in Berlin. Over the past year, I've had the pleasure to work with both Monilola Olayemi Ilupeju, whose book Earnestly is now out from Archive, as well as with Shala Miller, whose Tender Noted has nearly sold out in less than a year from Wendy's Subway. Today, I'm excited to be in conversation with them both about their practices in each of these books, which have resonances with each other. But before we delve into those resonances, I'd like to introduce them both. Monilola Olayemi Ilupeju is a Nigerian-American artist and writer living in Berlin. Her transdisciplinary practice confronts the distortions of systemic structures while offering avenues toward collective and embodied healing. As she works through intimate subject matter, she also interrogates the broader political contexts in which these issues and observations lie. Ilupeju graduated with distinction from New York University, where she studied studio art and social and cultural analysis. She's an alumna of the Skowhegan School of Painting and Sculpture. She has done curatorial and editorial work with Savvy Contemporary and Archive Books, among others. Earnestly is her debut collection of writing. Recent solo exhibitions include Hands Full of Air at Gallery Im Term in Berlin and Eve of Intuition at the Institute for Endotic Research. Ilupeju has participated in numerous group exhibitions, including Non-Playable Character, the School for Cultural Studies Venice, My Whole Body Has Changed into Something Else at Stevenson Gallery, Where Will I Be Buried at Flux Factory in New York, and Queer Intimacy and States of Emotions at LA's Human Resources. Shala Miller, also known as Freddie June when she sings, was born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio by two Southerners named Alan Ruby. At around the age of 10 or 11, Miller discovered quietude, the kind you're sort of pushed into, and then was fooled into thinking that this is where she should stay put. Since then, Miller has been trying to find her way out and find her way into an understanding of herself and her history, using photography, video, film, writing, and singing as an aid in this process. She loves to bake and considers dessert her religion. Miller holds a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, where they studied photography, film, video, and writing, and has studied under filmmaker Lucrecia Martel in Barcelona as part of La Selva's film workshop, Sounds of Summer. They received a fellowship to attend the Skowhegan School of Painting and Sculpture and participated in the New York Film Festival's Artist Academy. And I'll turn it over to Monilola now so that she can share a little bit about Earnestly.
Thank you so much for coming, everyone. So I wanted to start this presentation by talking about the cover image, and I wrote a little something that I would like to read to you all now. So this is the raw image that I took in 2019. That is now the cover of Earnestly. And full disclosure, I wrote this in a very delirious state of jet lag, but I'm happy with how it turned out. Okay. I suffer from body dysmorphic disorder, which is essentially an anxiety condition that makes the gap between what your body looks like and what you want it to look like unbearable and uninhabitable. It includes severe preoccupation with a physical flaw that may or may not be imagined, but is usually more minor than the sufferer believes. It is not something I'm cured of entirely, but embodied writing, which constitutes a large portion of the text in Earnestly, and which I will talk about more later, has played a significant role in my progress. At the height of my disorder a few years ago, I regularly engaged in a phenomenon known as body checking, where I would spend abnormal amounts of time in mirrors, assessing my body and deciding if the criteria I had assigned it that day had been met. If it did, my anxiety would momentarily drift to some other woe. If it didn't, I would despair. One aspect of body checking involves taking obsessive and invasive pictures of one's body in different positions, in different lighting. as if I could sketch out the true version of my body in the amalgamation of these images. But the fact remains that images are not objective and are constantly being mediated by the desires and biases of the one behind the camera. Not to mention how drastically the subject being photographed distorts depending on lighting, positioning, and other post-production editing. I was essentially trying to capture some objective truth about my body through this unstable medium of photography, no matter how painful or humiliating the process might be. In an attempt to transmute this very painful ritual, I began using the images from my body checking as source material for oil paintings. And I'm gonna just show you two paintings that I made in the last couple of years that are basically like the source images were from these bouts of body checking. This is an oil painting titled Untitled, To Live Freely in This Body that I made in 2017. And this is another one that I made in, I think, 2016, titled Details. And I thought that if I could, I'll go back to the first one. I thought that if I could meditate on these images long enough as I painted them, I would eventually transcend the perceptual limitations and pressures of the society and appreciate my body from a more compassionate, or at least more neutral perspective. This wasn't always successful, but something very peculiar happened in the photograph that would eventually become the cover for Earnestly, which I will go back to. I was in my friend's bathroom in Brooklyn, visiting from Berlin in 2019, and I had just finished showering. The bathroom was filled with a light, glimmering mist that bounced off of the sun pouring in from the adjacent window. I brought in my massive DSLR camera to begin the body checking. But my silhouette hit the mirror in such a sweet way, and I took the picture. When I looked at the viewfinder afterwards, I noticed that the camera had completely dissolved into my body. My murky silhouette had consumed it whole, and it wasn't clear if the picture had been a self-portrait or taken by someone else. Was the figure in the picture being watched by someone, or was it watching itself? Or was it not capable of surveillance at all? And there was a freedom I found in this ambiguity, in imagining that in this image, at least, it could be possible to be a body, a dark-skinned, black, femme, a queer body, a tall body, a loud body that moved through the world free of the social distortions and standards that were constantly being projected onto it, swallowing and ripping them apart like a black hole. The idea that a body could be firmly rooted in the ground, but somehow free of itself also. And thinking about Lacan's mirror stage, which I learned about in Larissa Pham's Fantasian, the theory postulates that a self only comes into formation in response to witnessing a reflection of itself. And I wondered if it could ever be possible to undo this process of collective and self-surveillance. If an identity could essentially unsee, not essentially because identity is a bad thing, especially as it relates to the creation of healing and resonant community, but because of the exclusions, ego, and fear of annihilation that are so often at the center of our over-dependence on identity, often seen as an intrinsic marker of our worth. Looking at this photograph, I wondered if it had potentially opened up a portal through which the self was never seen, never perceived, only felt, and could acknowledge itself as existing and worthy by faculty of the senses alone. The embodied body, freed from the house of distorting mirrors, littered with cracks from blunt and compounded traumas, to roam the earth in its true form. Earnestly is a meditation on these ideas, and some of the texts show the pain the delusion and the hopelessness of living in these distortions, while other texts begin to articulate an escape route. And it should be no surprise that most texts encompass both sides, the despair and the triumph, the fractured self and the whole entity. It is this ambiguity and non-linearity of healing that I've decided to embrace in this book, in this cover image, and I can only hope the lessons gleaned continue to seep into my life, can help others who truly feel alone in their experiences of their body, who are at the end of the road with trying to integrate their flaws, people who will do just about anything to feel better, for people looking for a cognitive miracle, and sometimes have to settle for survival, which is still a valid choice that should be embraced without shame. In a nutshell, Earnestly is about self-perception. Using my subject matter for my own life, it documents the ways trauma and systemic oppression can distort and fragment one's view of themselves, their bodies, their relationships, and their surroundings. But I think it also maps a hopeful journey towards a state of being in which one begins to embrace the ambivalence of life and can experience themselves and their environment with more accuracy. Thank you. Yeah, so that was just a little text that I wrote in the last couple of days to provide some more context as to how this image came into being. And now I would like to introduce Shala Miller, or Freddie June, who I discovered through their incredibly beautiful book, Tender Noted, which I saw through working with Corinne, who is our mutual editor. And the book was also designed by, there you are, by Kyla. I don't want to butcher her last name, but both of these books were designed by her and are so beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I think it should be like a small moment of, yeah. But I found your work through that and then scoured your website, and I just found so many similarities between our practices in terms of just the unabashed commitment to investigating the self and not shying away from the vulnerability and the confusion and the beauty that can come from that. And so Shala really kindly wrote one of the blurbs for my book, which made me cry like multiple times. But yeah, I just wanted to thank you so much for agreeing to write something for a person you've never met and for being you. And I'll let you talk a bit about Tender Noted.
Of course. Yep. Yeah. Well, before I even talk about Tender Noted, I want to thank you too, because also I didn't know about you until reading the book. And I was like, wait a second. Why do I feel like I already know this person, or at least like feel some kind of kinship because of what you're saying about this commitment to really trying to understand oneself as specifically a Black femme person, queer person, and doing so in a way that feels just like off the cuff, like very honest. And so I actually think that if it's okay, if I wanted to read the blurb to continue this introduction of Earnestly. I look up to Black women who aren't afraid to die, so I became a machine for dismembering fear, writes Monilola Olayemi Ilupeju in her audacious auto-portrait, Earnestly. Through Ilupeju's writing, photographs, and paintings, we are taken into the place that is often denied existence, the interior life of the Black woman. A place that holds not just the friction of joy and pain, but also confusion, desire, embarrassment, humor, anger, curiosity, orgasms, the grotesque, and the perseverance to be seen as one who contains multitudes. In other words, to be seen as a person. In Ilupeju's sharp and specific recounting of her own personal history, I feel not only let in, but validated in my own experience as a Black femme person. Often I am ashamed to admit that I am afraid to rest because of the nightmares that haunt me. Earnestly not only comforts my feelings of shame and terror, but reminds me that there is a way to find dreams once again. So thank you for making this very, very beautiful and what I believe to be important book and piece. But yes, I'm Shayla. And I'm really excited to be in conversation with Moni. And I think to introduce my book, Tender Noted, which came out with Wendy Subway at the beginning of this year, I just want to read a part of the introduction, which I kind of approached as like an open poetic letter. At the beginning, I didn't recognize it as a love song. Etta James howls, "Look, I want y'all to look at," to start out her rendition of Misty. There's a pause, her voice drops, and the sound of desperation, the sound of yearning, the sound of when you can't help but fall to your knees coats her next word, me. And as the piano comes back in, it naturally becomes the melody of my lonely heart when it cries out, and I no longer question if this song is about love. I set out to learn the original piece written for the piano by Errol Garner. After learning the melody on my right hand, I move on to learning the chords that will be played by my left. It is here that I'm introduced to the chord progression, the 2-5-1, which Garner uses throughout Misty. My piano teacher explains to me that the 2 chord is considered your home base, and then there is a bit of a departure that follows when the 5 chord is played. It is a way to build tension and feels as though you've left home. And then, as soon as the 1 chord is played, the tension is resolved, and even though you're playing a completely different set of notes from where you began, it somehow still sounds and most importantly feels like you've returned home. The dry skin flare-up around my brown sugar tattoo usually arises when I want to be kissed the most these days. The 2 words lay right in between my breasts, and sometimes when I move, the dry parts feel like fire. My skin, maybe like most others, has a language of its own. I'm convinced. And I'm thinking it's built from a root where my speaking language is from, a root that carries history, the pain and salvation of my mother and her mother, learned and inherited habit, desires that I want to say are unfounded but are just truly shameful desires to me. The way my father would lean over the kitchen sink, my love for knowing Ella Fitzgerald was a quiet woman, hating being a shy woman myself. I find it to be no coincidence that my skin, in the most vulnerable parts, erupts when I seek tenderness from empty places, or that the blueness that has followed my mother seems to be of similar hue to the blueness that follows me, or that my father, a man of just a few words, would nearly put his whole head in the kitchen sink most days, during the moments where it seemed like he had too much to say. The arc his spine made is similar to the curvature of my hunchback, something that manifested from years of pushing my body into quietude, trying so desperately to be unseen. Miss Mary Mac, a hand-clapping chant I sang and screamed as a child, carries an echo heavy and rich, considering the same words and claps were made by my mother as a young girl 50-some-odd years before people would even see my name and pronounce it incorrectly. Somehow, a younger me singing about Miss Mary Mac being dressed in black was simultaneously having a conversation with my mother in her younger years. The flare-up around my breast proves to me that I will always be in dialogue with my body. My father's head hanging in the kitchen sink, although a quiet position, remains as an image that speaks loudly as a memory in my mind. The lyrics to Miss Mary Mac imprinted at the back of my brain, ready to sing anytime I see hands ready for clapping, is proof that my being was, is, and will always be in dialogue with my history as a Black femme person. And no matter what tension or resistance that may arise, I know that I'll be able to return home, even if it is in a new position. So I think in essence, the book, all of the work that's in the book is from a ethnographic series that I started in the spring of 2017. And the study was about my relationship with my mother, but I specifically focused on how trauma is passed in the blood and how that realized itself in our dynamic. And so I would study my mom and her behavior, and then study my own, and then study the two of us. And it first began as just written essays, or at least the study was just moved from field notes to written essays. And then I made a video essay, and then just really became very obsessed with making work in that way, making visual work in this way. And so I just continued for 5 more years and tried to push and pull at the, I guess, like supposed limitations of ethnography or expectations of ethnography, and really wanted to see how far I could take it by doing ethnographic fiction, by writing monologues, creating characters to still speak to an experience of my own, approaching photography in a traditional sense and an experimental sense, the same thing with video making. And so all of that came together to make this book. And that's it.
I wonder if we could start the conversation with your explorations of intimacies, of contact, of love, of sex, all of these places where oneself becomes joined with, blurred into, alienated by, receives transmission from, becomes moved by another. Monilola writes at one point, I had been exposed in the most gentle, generous of ways through another revealing themselves. And I'm curious how each of you think about the role of revelation in writing your books, in the disclosing of the self, of experience and intimacies, and in relationship to the reader.
I can start. So in the introduction to my book, I talk a bit about this process of embodied writing that I kind of just created in response to this field in somatics psychotherapy called somatic experiencing, where you speak with a therapist and you're essentially supposed to talk about experiences and traumas that have happened to you with extreme detail. And as you're doing that, you're having to like really monitor your body and your heart rate and the intake and outtake of your breath, and find ways to root yourself back into the present moment as you may potentially trigger memories that are difficult to confront. And I've always seen writing in particular about your personal history as an act of somatic re-experiencing. And for me, like writing has always been an extremely personal practice and process of trying to understand what is even remotely going on in my life. And I found that through embodied writing, through bringing these tools from somatics, like breath work and hard gaze and soft gaze, and just bringing all of these different tools in so that when I was working through this really difficult subject matter, I knew that I had an anchor within my body to return to if ever things got very overwhelming. And a lot of the texts in this book were written initially in a pretty meditative state, where I kind of just not that I close my eyes, but I'm not really so focused on sounding intellectual or creating something polished immediately, but trying to really like have no filters between like what I'm feeling and then what transmutes into my hands onto the keyboard as I'm writing. So I kind of go into this like zone or meditative state. But I think that the reason why I like to be in this zone is because you can really access the truth of who you are when you're not so concerned with a sentence sounding perfect or a comma being out of place. But for me, writing has always been about trying to capture some essence of truth in an otherwise like very nonsensical reality, trying to make sense of these emotions and these feelings that are at times the only thing that I feel like I can trust in my reality is just like what I'm feeling in that moment in that time. And so I think as difficult as it is to be frank about the uncomfortable things that have happened to me or the traumas that I've experienced, or the abuse that I've experienced, or the rejection that I've experienced, or whatever it may be, I do think that in really paying attention to the really kind of minute shifts within the body and being able to kind of share that is really helpful for other people to be able to locate these really kind of nuanced experiences within another person's experience. So yeah, I think as difficult as it was to share the book, I think there's something really exciting about being able to create a conversation around topics that maybe we're not really like diving into as much. I feel like people are not ready to talk about racial and sexual politics and the intersection of that. I feel like people don't want to talk about colorism or about the disproportionate amount of young Black girls that are sexually abused in this country, in this world. Like people don't want to talk about these things, and so I think it's important for me to kind of create my own narrative around what's happened to me and to just be as truthful about that as I can be, and hope that as people read, even if they don't fully identify with what has happened, or even if they haven't experienced what's happened, that they can maybe locate certain they can see other experiences they had in their own lives that mirror those feelings. And yeah, I know I'm kind of like going off on a tangent, but I think that just meditative writing is really important because you have to like release as many blocks as you can between yourself and what you need to say, what you need to release. And I think that in that people can also begin to that excavation process on their own. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's beautiful. Just wanted to get that on the mic. I think this is such an interesting question, and I'm going to try my best to answer it because I feel like it's something that I do want to take with me, I guess, and think about more. But the first thing that comes to mind is I feel like my at least the first thing that comes to mind, like my first experience with intimacy, I think came from isolation. And I think it came from like my history of like being an incredibly, incredibly shy and nervous person. And literally like wanting so badly to relate to people and to talk with people, but feeling like I could not do it, or that something physically was stuck within me and I just had to like dig and get it out. But in that process of being alone, I like felt as if I kind of collapsed into myself, which I feel like was a kind of intimate experience. And maybe that's where this like obsession of like, I gotta figure out what's going on with it within me came from, of like just feeling a bit collapsed. And I struggle where I'm like, oh, is it self-indulgence? Is it this? Is it that? I'm not sure. But I think that from there, that experience of intimacy then led me to how I was thinking about my body. And I as you were talking, Moni, I was thinking about like, well, okay, what am I trying to get at in terms of like writing so frankly about these experiences, especially experiences that may include another, whether it be a sexual experience or whatever. But I feel like my how I've come to reckon with my like physical state has always been because of someone else. Either someone physically abusing me, someone making a comment about the way I look, whether that be positive or negative. But like, or at least like getting to this place of a kind of vision of who I am in a physical sense came from like someone like literally like pushing me there, which I'm not sure if I like as a reality, but I do think that that is a reality. And I think maybe that also is a kind of intimacy, maybe not a romantic one, but still is. And so I guess in the other part of your question, Corinne, about the role of revelation in relationship to the reader, it's also hard for me to like have any specific goal with the reader, just because I know that it's so hard to have any specific goal in terms of like how to relate to people in real life, and having things like how people are seeing me as a Black person, as a Black femme queer person, having that be a part of that. And so I guess I already have like a little bit of like cynicism that maybe feels as though like this will only reach those who need it. But I do think that over time I've built a belief and confidence that like I'm not the only person in this room, like in this room of inquiry, in this room of confusion and pain. And I think that it'll help not only me, but somebody else if I speak up and say something about it. Even if it's like, I don't know completely what's going on with me, but I have enough language to share a little bit. And even perhaps in that dialogue, hopeful dialogue, we can all kind of come to some sort of revelation. Or not, but that's you try. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you said, I mean, there are like so many things that you said just now, but I definitely relate to this like intimacy that develops when you're really young and maybe find
Yeah.
yourself in a situation where there are certain needs that are not getting met, or you're not safe, and so you kind of crawl into yourself and create something that is that in one sense like a self-defense mechanism, but it's also something that's so beautiful and so
Yeah.
resilient and is so hell-bent on its survival that just remains. And I think like within the darkness of like of childhood and things happening, that just like that fire, that flame that's still that you protected. I think that's something that I think is so important to I don't see it as like a negative. I see it as just something that is what it is, and that and that flame is kind of still there, and we're constantly just having to kind of direct the wind away that is trying to constantly extinguish that flame within.
Right.
And there's another thing that you said about like the indulgence of like investigating oneself, and I want to briefly talk about my friend Chiara Amaya Gopi, who is an incredible artist from Trinidad, who I spoke to yesterday, and we were talking about basically like autobiographical work and my own insecurities around it, and just the fear of being overly self-indulgent, of being myopic, of being selfish, narcissistic, like all of these different adjectives that are attached to autobiographical writing. And Chiara basically brought forth this incredible unofficial term of effective justice, which is essentially about doing the work that you need to do, like turning inward and sorting through your own internal landscape out of respect and self-regard for yourself so that you can show up more fully in the world and in other communities that also need that help. That it's really important to do that work of like confronting the demons, confronting the skeletons and all the other monsters that rattle inside. And we also talked about how important that is, especially within like a Black, queer, feminist lexicon, that when another Black femme person creates a book talking about their experience with such detail and with such nuance, that it's just like another like drop in a bucket that I think will hopefully cleanse us all. I don't know, but just I think it's really important to be a part of that legacy. So, I mean, I still have like my sensitivities around it, and have tried for a very long time to push the vulnerability out of my practice for fear of not seeming intellectual enough or not seeming serious enough. But it just is who I am, and I feel like that's partially like who you are. And I think the fact that we still even can embrace vulnerability despite all the bullshit is actually like we need medals. I don't know, but
Absolutely.
but yeah, that's all. I just wanted to say that
I love that this theory, I guess, or effective justice.
It's so good, right?
It's
I'm like, write a
so
book,
brilliant.
CARA, please.
Yeah,
if you're watching,
hopefully
you're gonna watch it later. I know.
No, but I wanted to talk about something that you just said. I think that like it's also like really interesting this like the default being, or I don't want to speak for you, but I'm from what I'm hearing, or at least like even a part of the experience of making a work like this, and or even if you're not even making a work, but just like wanting to investigate yourself as a Black femme person and talk about it with such detail, or even just investigating, period, and having this kind of fear attached with it. And then the fear manifesting into insecurity around like maybe, you know, being self-indulgent or like not having the language to be seen as an intellectual or something like that. Like, I feel like that's really, like, I'm just like, who put that there? Who put that there? Yeah, we do know who put it there. We do know who put it there. So it's a rhetorical question, but I think that it's good to highlight that as something that's not, we didn't put that there, and we should just keep it, I guess, even to highlight its importance to be in this space of inquiry, because there's someone and something that's telling us not to, so that we don't recognize that we are fully embodied people.
I mean, is this on? Okay, yeah. I come, I'm like, Corinne has questions, and we're just like, okay, wait. I'm like, what? I want to respond. No, but I think that it's like completely not a coincidence that, you know, people are not fully like that it's frowned down upon to like really do the work. Like, we live in an extremely violent society where you have to like numb yourself constantly to navigate space. Like, I call it a collective decapitation that happens like through like this capitalist hellscape that we find ourselves in. It's like, don't be present, live in the future, live in the past. Like, how dare you like actually like breathe into the present moment and be here now? Like, everything that about how like society is structured is meant to keep people in this state of not living in the present. They live in distortion. They live in shadow. And I'm not saying that as a person who's like suddenly living in a transcended state of perfect reality. Like, I'm very much still in the matrix, but I think it's just not a surprise that it's frowned down upon to do that work. But it's important work that it still needs to get done. And I do hope that these books give people the space to get into the weeds, get into their own weeds, basically. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reminded in the chapter called in the piece called Train to Nowhere in your book, Monilola, you write, I accidentally slept through the solstice and failed to both write out my manifestations and witness the end of the world. I cannot recall which failure pleased me the most. And I guess something that I think that both of your books do is offer this like permission around failure. I think of like the blurb of your book that Yasmina Price wrote, Shala, where she describes the plural self. And so I guess my question is kind of just towards like that question of failure, of not knowing, of risking, whether in relationship to the self or the body or potential futures, or relationships of care. I think I think that's present in both of your books. So it's not really a question, but.
Yeah, I guess I could just quickly say that I think I had found in making this work to like a kind of exhale of really embracing the fact that like there are things within myself that I might have the desire to really understand, like in the way that you can understand 2 + 2 is 4, but I won't be able to get to that kind of precision. And that's okay because I think that there's still, like within that, there's still enough room for me to transform and to become, but still be tapped into maybe these things that are within me that I don't, or a part of my experience that are happening that I don't understand. But I think the attempt and sharing whatever I find in this study, it feels like it's like it makes room, which I can't fully like explain how or why, but I just know that it's happening, and it feels very like freeing for me to like just, hey, like there's no way that anyone can know exactly why or what, but I do think that it's worth thinking about and talking about. Yeah.
I know failure well. I would say that, so like in this book, it's a collection of writing from 2018 to 2021, so from the ages of 21 to 23, and I had just been collecting a lot of writing, journal entries, essays that I was writing, poetry, video scripts, monologues, and I had a show in 2020, and there was a budget for a catalog basically to show more of my work. But I was sitting on this big stack of text that I'd already mostly made. And so I tried to figure out how to turn it into a book. And I used to edit with Archive, who's the publishers of this book, and I invited them into the process. And now the book is created and it's being shared with the public. And Shayla and I were just talking about how I don't want this book to be viewed as an educational text, because not that I don't think that people can learn from it, but there's like truly like not a pretty bow like at the end of this at all. And I think like as a person that suffers from body dysmorphic disorder, there's this idea that, you know, you one day wake up and then you're just freed of your anxieties and everything is fine and you move on. And that just like wasn't my case at all. I had to go through like intense therapy. I had like made so much artwork. I had surgery, which is seen as a massive failure in the body positivity movement. And this is something that I'm very frank about in the book, because I'm just trying to stress how difficult it is to get out of the matrix, but how despite it feeling impossible, you still have to continue the pursuit of escape. If you stop trying to escape, then you're truly annihilated. And, you know, despite, you know, the failure of surgery, of modifying myself intentionally, also shout out to my mom for taking care of me in that very crazy time. I love you very much. But it was a failure, but I realized that shame is a shape shifter. So it doesn't matter if you don't like something about your body and then you decide to change it and then you're judged for changing it, or you're judged for dating someone, or you're judged for not dating someone. Like there's just always a reason to feel ashamed, basically. And I realized that I needed to do what I needed to do to feel better, to feel like I could like wake up and things could be somewhat more manageable. And I think that that is not a failure. I think we kind of just have to decide for ourselves like what success and what failure looks like. But for me, success is about just like not is about like not embracing the shame that can come from whatever choices and decisions that we make for ourselves that are not always acceptable by society's standards. But yeah, it's like not easy to talk about because it's so personal. But I think that there's just like a lot of like kumbaya, like everyone needs to just like love themselves and everything is great. And I think that's partially true, and that we need to like do the work to recognize our true essence. And I think this book just details one chapter in my journey of, you know, getting to that place of just of self-recognition and being honest about the detours and the dead ends and the pit stops that are a part of that journey. So yeah, I'm not against failure. I think failure is inevitable. I think that we fail every day and we just keep going. And I think that's what's most important is just just keep going. I mean, we have no choice, but just keep going. So yeah.
I love what you said about shame being a shapeshifter. That's so beautiful. Because I then from there I think about it also being like a place of progress, or like it calling you to progress or to move, and speaking about time. It's really interesting. I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm wondering in what ways this potentially relates to performance, which you both have performative practices that come out in the book in these different ways. And thinking about that, like, and thinking about the ordering for the texts in each of these books, dramatic writing or writing for performance emerged as this kind of scaffolding for how you narratively move through the book. Shala, for you in your book, I see this in Mrs. Lovely's monologues. And then in Monilola, in your texts that stem from live performance, like Eat Your Calf. And so I guess my question is just towards kind of how you each think about this practice of dialogue with the self, but from outside it, in relationship to the kind of inevitability of the changing self, of shame as a shapeshifter.
Yeah, I think that those two works that or the monologues that are in this book, and also just like my practice of performance feels like, at least for me, it is in some ways fueled by shame or maybe embarrassment and like a fear of being too vulnerable or too transparent. And so I am trying to remove myself from something that I can't remove myself from because it's an experience of my own. But still within the fictional space, you can in some ways, I guess. But I also am really intrigued by that process of like performing as a fictional character or writing a fictional character as a way to even like further the study of yourself, and for like that like removal or this like pseudo removal offering more room to study and think about, and really trying to study and come from like an objective point of view, even though that's not really possible. So yeah, I really do see performance as like a way to have a dialogue with, or to continue to have a dialogue with myself, from like a different perspective, and to really like get at the root of like maybe something that I'm feeling ashamed about or embarrassed about, and to speak honestly about it, but on like not communicating to the audience that it's fully about me. And having that also communicates something too, the fact that I'm not saying it myself, but saying it through this character. Yeah.
I think that in performance, there are these, I don't even know what you would call it, like psychic apparatuses that we erect between ourselves and the audience to also protect ourselves. I do think that fiction is like very important, but it's also a way to create a kind of space between the audience and like, I guess like in auto fiction, like there are ways that you can kind of hide behind the character, but are still very much so it's speaking to like very true experiences that you've had, right? So I think when I think about performance, I think about all of the different apparatuses that I use to create this condition where I'm safe enough to then kind of traverse something and connect with the audience, which I think is what we're kind of always doing as we socialize in our daily lives. My performances are very improvisational, and I mean, I'm trying to think of like an apparatus that I use. One apparatus that I use is like in one performance, I worked out vigorously for like 10 minutes, just like before I started the performance. And I kind of got my body into this really kind of heightened, exhausted state, which then I think maybe affected the emotional like quality of the performance. But that for me was like a way of creating a distance of being able to find a way to ground. And but I don't know, I think that when I think about performance, I do see it as like a what is it called? Like a petri dish of life. Like it's kind of like you take all of these elements, like a sound or a text, a certain light, I don't know, and you take all these different things and you put them in this condition and then you just see what happens. Yeah. And I like having these like pillars or these structures that I can return to if I find that I'm like drifting a bit too far away in like the improvisation of whatever it is I'm doing. I hope it's like making sense. Performance is very nebulous to me still, even though I've done a couple, but I think there's just something very, I think there's also something about, I'm trying to remember the essay, it was by Adrienne Edwards on Black performance, and she talked about the plight that Black performers have of kind of being objectified as a Black body, but also inhabiting an ultra subjectivity as they perform. So basically, you're constantly aware of how you're being viewed, but then you're also like viewing yourself or trying to act in a way that is truthful. So you're mediating these different like forces and desires simultaneously, and then the performance happens, and it's somewhere in this in-between space. And I'm trying to remember like what her antidote to that was. I think she called it the dematerialized body. I don't know, but yeah, I hope that made any sense. I think
it does. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I just okay, good.
I feel like performance is such a especially I think and I'm actually interested to hear more of what you think about writing for a performance and then performing it. Because I feel like it's such a slippery space.
Yeah. In Eat Your Calf, the text that Corinne mentioned in the question, I had basically written this text about this fictional pregnancy, actually, where I was pulling parts of my own personal history, my mother, like medical shows that I'd watched on pregnancies, and kind of creating this narrative in which this mother gave birth to herself. And so I'd written this like entire essay, and then I memorized it, but not entirely, just like a little bit. And then I basically did this performance in which I undergo these different physical rituals. I was carrying a mirror and pointing it at the audience and at myself, and just doing a lot of weird stuff. And then I went into this like 30-minute long monologue where I basically was kind of talking very like plainly to the audience, but knowing that there was this like anchor of a script that I could go back to that I hadn't fully memorized. So there was like still room open for tangents and interruptions. Like it wasn't like a black box theater where it's the beginning and the end, and I was like talking to the people in the audience. So I liked this like aspect of like having something memorized but not fully being recited, but just knowing more or less like where you're kind of going, which is also kind of what we're doing in life anyway. Like kind of referencing something, but you don't really know what's going to happen. And then just like quickly, like another, I did a workshop on somatic writing recently, like my first proper workshop, and we did this really fun exercise where people basically shared their text that they had written with the group, and then they had to take aspects of that text and merge it with different physical scores. Like for one score, we told the person to recite the text, but you have to start whispering, and then you have to end the text screaming. And it was just like different like tools like that to basically see how the text transformed through these different limitations, and or like you have to be hopping on one foot, or you have to be like running around the room as you're, or you have to like read it backwards, and or you have to be crying, like just like things like that, like seeing how the like what of the text remains when all of these different modifications are kind of collapsed onto it. That's like a new thing that I'm experimenting with, but I hope it answers your question. And it'd be really fun to do it with you, actually.
I would love to do it.
Eventually at some point, but
Well, speaking of performance, I think we're at time.
And scene.
Thank you so much, Monilola.
I could really sit here and like, I could really
I thought we had like 45 more minutes.
I mean, we talk after. Okay, wait. We have to accept the performance of the book launch. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Fortunately and unfortunately, the book is sold out in the fair, which is super exciting. But thank you. But that means that you can only get it online, although we will be doing another distribution to New York very soon. But you can find the link on my Instagram bio, and which is my first name, Monilola, or on Archive Books website. But unfortunately, we don't have any to give right now, which is very painful. But thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Shala, for being you, first of all. I'm very happy to know you. Like,
me too.
Like, very much so. And thank you to Corinne for truly being such an incredible, like, you're an incredible editor, and you're just very gentle and very cutting and very, like, you're a great editor. So without you, like, these books also would not have existed. And I knew that I had chosen the right person to do it. I mean, her and I had worked together as editors for another book, so I kind of knew like your style. But just thank you for being my like beacon of calm in the chaos of creating a book, because it is not easy to make a book at all, especially like in my circumstances. But just thank you.
Congratulations.
And thank you, Kyla, for also, when I saw Shayla's book, I was like, okay, that's the person. I swear, I was like, that's the person. And one other small thing, like, so Kyla had the beautiful idea to print it on this reflective paper. And I'd had the idea to make this photograph printed on a mirror for a sculpture. And that never happened. But thanks to you and just brainstorming together, you brought forth this idea, and I love it so much. And just thank you. I'm going to stop rambling now, but thank you all for coming. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you.